What's going on, everybody? CaptainRoBear and crew here, fresh in 2024 with episode 30 of Stormforge.
Damn, episode 30, the big 3-0.
We're growing up.
We're basically dead now.
Don't say that.
I think I killed Ray there.
I have one final year before I turn into Elminster in my 30s. Please, Drak, with all of your youth and your beauty.
So just share your youth with us, please. You and Vibe, share your youth.
I'm good. My youth is the only thing keeping my knees from absolutely giving out on me right now. I'm good. I'm keeping that while I can.
No, for real, like, I've started this year struggling to walk downstairs. I was like, I'm gonna set myself a new exercise regime. Day after, like, my legs were burning. And we were due to go out to see Boy and the Heron, and it was torrential with rain.
Oh.
And my partner just looked at me and was like, do you want to stay in today? And I was like, yeah, please. I'm up on the sofa. I don't want to walk anywhere.
If it makes you feel better, leaving the UK in the rain by myself with no umbrella, trying to get to the train station.
God.
Yeah.
I was like, I think I want to lay down here and just die.
Yeah.
But it'll just wash you away, Boromir style, until you come to a natural incline hill.
It was a very long weekend of debauchery, if anyone can imagine that. So I was,
I've never debauchery a day in my life.
Someone could have just loaded me into a red flyer wagon and sent me away. It would have been fine. But let me tell you what.
I can only imagine you, RoBear, let loose on the pubs of England.
Dude.
Next time you're here.
Let me tell you.
The pub. Here you go.
Sam, that's not even
RoBear
incorrect.
is the pub. Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
RoBear, we saw Voodoo Ranger grocery shopping the other day, and Eric stopped and was like, sorry, I just have to take a moment. It's so cool seeing that and thinking of RoBear. This is actually in the...
Yes.
He really had a moment thinking about you because of this Voodoo Ranger. And I was like, yeah, I see it everywhere he goes. It follows him.
I have forced our together creation so that they can never drop me. Okay?
They are you.
Well,
Just so you can't quit me.
I am every convention that they are available in, so.
And even non-conventions.
I'm gonna let you know, by the way, could not find Voodoo Ranger in the UK this one, but let me tell you, that didn't stop him from, as you say, becoming the pub. Do you have any idea how many drinks he bought over that weekend when he was here? His little Airbnb that he'd rented basically turned into a speakeasy. It was phenomenal.
Also, wait, is that a Bife voice?
Yes, it
We
is.
do have a wild Bife back.
We have a Bife. Bife is
One more Bife.
I spent 3 hours in Sainsbury.
I remember you telling us this. Sainsbury. I don't think I've walked into a Sainsbury's in years.
I talked to everyone in that grocery store.
You're
And
such
it
a
was-
Southerner.
One, I had to see all the weird stuff that was there and then critique of what would I buy if I was filling my fridge? And then I had to buy half the beer aisle. And then I had to talk to all the employees there.
It helps
Get
all the more
cooler.
that this was as you were coming in and you were absolutely wearing the hat and you were also off the flight that same day. So this was you on the tired hours, but determined to get your job done.
And by God, we did it.
Yes, by God, we did do it.
Good times. This feels like it was yesterday, but also feels like it was 10 years ago. Those weird feelings.
I want to go back, man. I want to time travel just so I can relive that weekend.
Oh,
I want to go back.
It was
Just go
nothing
back.
but friends and drinking and merriment and drinking.
Was there a lot of man's laughter?
There's a lot of laughter generally.
It was them's laughter. Get with the time.
Oh, well, now the joke doesn't matter. Because them slaughtered is not a thing. It's manslaughter.
Who's got big announcements for 2024?
We
Let
could
'em
make
rip.
them slaughter a thing. That's my announcement.
Whoa.
That feels
Allegedly.
a little like
Allegedly.
crime.
Good lord.
Wow, crazy. I can't make this episode.
Oh, I'm so sorry. That came out of nowhere.
No, that was good.
Yeah, you better apologize. All the
Wow.
kids listening.
The time away has changed you both.
God. No.
You changed since last year.
Oh, get out, Sam. Leave.
Oh, Happy
I'm
New Year. Have we
tired.
said that? Happy
Oh
New
yeah,
Year.
happy New
Yeah,
Year.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
Yeah, you degenerates. Jeez.
An announcement I have is Beyond the Brick is going to be back this Friday. We took a break because, to be totally honest, Ed and I were exhausted and we needed a break from editing. So we took a week break, but we're back this week for episode 4 of Beyond the Brook. It's a good one. It's a very good one. They're all good. I feel like I keep
Compared to
saying
the
that every
others.
week. They're all incredible. But I don't know. This one warmed my heart a lot and made me cry a lot.
Aw.
I was a tech producer and I think I laughed and cried several times within the span of like 15 minutes. In at one point, it's a emotional roller coaster and you're not gonna want to miss it. So check that out on Stellaluna channel. That's STELLALUNA on Twitch. And that's at, I believe, 7 p.m. Eastern, I think, right? No, 8 p.m.
8 p.m.
8 p.m. Eastern
5 p.m. PT.
on Settlers. But yeah, check that out. Yeah, that's pretty much it I have to announce.
Who's up next?
Yeah, I have my voice back. And that means I can actually make content. There's going to be some weird internet troubles over the next few weeks. You'll probably see me off camera for those weeks. As for content, I'm going to try and keep that rolling, but as time goes on, at very least for the Destiny side of things, I'm going to see about doing more long form stuff, doing stuff that's over 45 minutes so that people can sit around and can just enjoy their time. It may be a little bit more between each upload, but there will be more to each upload. And there are going to be other projects that I'm working on the back burner. And I will tell people about those when the time's right. So yeah, it is the weird thing as we go into the weird 6-month hibernation ahead of Final Shape. So yeah.
Who's next? Sam, you have
I don't
anything?
think I have anything.
Soon TM Edenfall Season 3. That's it. Soon TM.
Are you officially juniors now?
No. Timeline is still, it's going to be pretty close after Season 2 ended. For reasons that there's a lot of open-ended things that you need to get in still. It was a good ending, but there's still a lot of stuff.
Yeah. Emotional fallout.
Emotional damage. That's it.
No. I get to make a very Drak-like announcement and go, I'm going to be a player character inside of a campaign that has a session 0 tonight that none of you get to know about until it gets announced. So you get to find out.
Wait, is that how I am? Is that what I do? Is that a Jack announcement?
No, normally you can't say anything, but I'm not bound by NDA. No, but I will be in a campaign that will be on Wednesday nights. So I'll be a player character at some point in time after Stormforge on Wednesdays. And I'm here to tell you that it is way more rules than written than my campaign, and it starts at player 1. So I may die quickly.
Not that quickly.
We level 1, like all I got to do is take a wrong arrow and it's over.
Yeah.
A crit with literally any character crits you, you're in danger.
Yeah, it's I'll feel confident when I am level 3 that I can go out of here. So you'll see. I don't even know. I'm deciding right now between 2 different, but there is a chance that the Barley family continues because I haven't played a level 1 since original Braden Barley. So it may be time to bring Bronson Barley, who is my next, to existence. We will see. And over here on the channel, you guys will notice we are live and ad-free for shows for the rest of 2024. So if you catch us live, you will only see ads when we go and take the break. So everybody should be able to enjoy us when they come by and watch us live. And everybody who sees the reruns will be like, I just saw an ad, bro. Come on. Until they realize that we are indeed not live. And we love you for lurking in the channel. And let me tell you what, lurking just got that much better in 2024. Stream Loots redemptions are now 25K. So you guys can get roughly 4 packs of Stream Loots for free in a month for just lurking over on the channel. For free!
Whoa.
That you can
That's
actually help the
number.
party with.
I can get 2 right now.
You can only get
right,
1.
right.
It'll stop you from redeeming past that one.
Oh, well, I can get 1 right now. I'm gonna save that for Maristrand.
Now, here's the cool part. We will be adding in fragmentation cards very soon that will be building out magical weapons inside the world of Faltura. And you guys will be piecing them together with the cards. So you will literally be forging magical weapons inside the world that are of a magnitude much more powerful than what any of the parties have. So stay tuned for the drop of our first weapon next week, as you guys get a glimpse at the first piece that goes into the pile. I'm super excited about that. And I totally forgot what my last piece was, but I'll tell you what, when I remember this week, oh yes, I'm going to put up a poll to see when we want to watch Dungeons and Dragons, the movie, now that it is in Amazon Prime Watch Party. So I'm going to open up some time on Saturday, and I would love to sit down and watch it with the entire community over on the channel. So we'll post and we'll see if Saturday afternoon matinee or Saturday evening is going to be best for everybody. And we'll get to crack up and watch the movie together legally.
Dang. I haven't done a matinee in years.
Specifically legally.
Legally, as a individual who's been sued.
Oh no.
Before by having a satellite broadcast that was both in my apartment and down in my bar below. I'm a firm believer in in legal transmissions. So it will not be posted inside of a Discord, and you have to have an Amazon Prime membership to watch. FYI. Because I don't want them ever to come after me ever again.
Yeah.
We need to pick up where we left off last week. Further down into the descent we go. Still trying to find the base of this recycling center, silent gear, floating center abomination that has crashed into the north, driven here by mages, and now turned into a twisted area filled with both magic and machine. Trying to parse out this connection between the Silent Gear, an organization that couldn't be more anti-magic, and these odd, strange biological pieces that can only seem to give off a sense that the Voshborg is somehow involved. With Kaivar being drug away by literal nanomachines further into the crevasse, you guys faced off with a massive metallic beast, a completely metal manticore. Almost losing Loluphia and Kallisto, you guys were able to vanquish this machine. We pick back up in the moments after with a very exhausted party, but stable, even if some of you are slightly on fire and bleeding out. Remember, you have opened up the pathway onto which Kaivar was being drugged. You have not seen him since, but the pathway is there. Lolly, Kallisto, you were at 1 HP and stable, but very exhausted.
Yeah. So the last thing that Lolly had seen and heard was, did it sound like Kallisto, or did it sound like a different voice just coming from... You did. You said, "Is it over?" But it was the gun.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if it was your voice or if it was this other entity's voice. Was that clarified, RoBear?
To your character? I don't know.
No. Whenever the gun spoke out of Kallisto, or whatever entity that said, "Is it over?" that she heard, did it sound like Kallisto, or did it sound like
Roll
something
perception
else?
check.
Ooh, okay. $24.
Just enough of a deviation for you to understand that this is certainly not your partner.
Okay. Then hearing this, and she's been basically like hunkered over you to do her best to heal you and wake you up and bring you back to consciousness. But whenever she sees that glow from your eye, that's not normal. She's used to the purple, and this voice startles her, and she would not even respond, just kind of sit up and watch your body language.
Okay, so I have several questions. Am I unconscious right now?
No, you are back to consciousness.
Okay, and am I aware of what happened to me when I fell unconscious?
You need to roll a will saving throw.
Again?
Oof.
You come to consciousness with the gun in your hand. No memory of the shot that was fired. Only that of going unconscious from the manticore.
Okay. Assuming that the gun took over just enough for it to use my body to stand up or get up off the ground enough to shoot, I'm essentially face down on the ground, but I kind of stir and groan. And then I feel the weight of this gun in my hand. Yeah. And I'll roll over, and I think almost immediately as I roll over, realize the weight of the gun in my hand is different to the pistols I usually wield, and I'll quickly look down at my hand. Shit. And I think just honestly, not far, but drop or like slightly toss the gun to the side.
Did
What
it?
happened?
Well, what's wrong with why'd you throw it? She says, glancing over to where it landed. Did it hurt when you shot it?
I shot the gun.
Yes. Oh, well, you attempted to. You did miss, but that's fine. I'm very hurt.
And I'll try to sit up.
She would lean in to help.
Thank you.
There you go. Be careful.
Yeah. Fuck. Is my case anywhere? Did I drop it?
I'm gonna let me see if I know. Where would his case be?
This case.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd kept the gun in the case originally, but
It's got to be right around you because you've been on the cavern floor, right?
Okay. Then Lolly would see that and get up and kind of stop for a minute and feel her pain and her exhaustion before straightening up and going over to grab your case and setting it down gently beside you.
thank you.
Yes, of course.
When I'd found that gun, and he would very gently, I think, honestly, not gently, I think you see very clumsily, especially after he's interacted with this already, very clumsily try to like almost use the case to pick up the gun, and get the gun into the case before sealing it shut. When I'd picked up that gun, I felt something. It's cursed, most definitely, or at the very least, sentient or cursed. We're going to need to get it evaluated when we're back.
You feel okay?
Right now, I feel fine, but I don't remember pulling that gun out.
You don't look very fine.
I feel the normal levels of awful.
I'm glad to hear it.
But I don't remember taking that gun out of its case, but I very clearly woke up with it in my hand.
Okay. It is up to you to share this, but we should probably check on everybody else.
Yes.
And she would sit up first, and or not sit up. She would stand up first and reach down to help pull you up.
Callisto will take your hand.
It's very rough for both of them to stand together, pulling you up. She like falls for a second. Oh, sorry.
It's okay. It's
Before
okay.
making it successful. She kind of leans into you a little bit too.
It'll give you like a tight squeeze. Before approaching everyone else to check up on them.
Are we below everybody else? Because we hit the floor.
Oh yeah, I think we are.
She hit the floor. You were down there.
I think we're both. I think the only one who's down here with us is Farouk.
How do you think down there? Kelthud leans over the side.
You just see Kallisto waving up at Kelthud.
And here I thought I was gonna die multiple times in that airship. That was all wrong. I'm gonna die of a heart attack from you two.
We haven't been taken out yet. Close.
Come on! Throw that rope down. We have to go for Kyvar. I'm on it. As Kelthud is rapidly re-rigging to be able to get you all back up 30 plus feet to the opening in which Kaivar was drugged back by the machines.
Lolly would climb, or well, are they just dragging us, or are we climbing up? Is it one rope? Is it two ropes? What we got? What's this looking like?
What are you worried about, Flyer?
No. Not whenever she's gone out. She has to rest.
Yeah.
Or she can use her room. Yeah.
Well, Kelthud
Don't
makes
worry,
this.
she keeps a feather fall in her pocket as well, just in case. There's those moments.
As he looks and sees you guys slowly getting your way up, he kind of looks around to see where Myshkin's at.
Oh, we can't hear
Speak
you,
up!
Ed.
I can't hear you over there.
Maybe you should leave the cave and come back. Something's got the cat's tongue.
Hello?
Ah, thought I was going to have to
welcome
go back and get the cream.
It was just so nice. Sated with creamy goodness, Myshkin, having heard Kallisto and Loluphia down below, hearing their voices, knowing they're all right, Myshkin just silently smiles to himself before turning his attention to the wreckage of the manticore on the ground, specifically looking at the crumpled up ribcage and the stinger pods, the latter of which seem fairly self-explanatory, and he picks them up. But the ribcage, is there anything further that he can glean from that?
Roll a perception check.
I will try. No. So let me do that manually. Everything else seems to work for me except for perception, strangely.
I don't know why that doesn't roll for you. That's
Cat
so
can't
strange.
perceive.
No. 19.
You know that there's something there and very unique, but you're interrupted by Kelthud. Myshkin, I need your help over to here. We gotta help pull. They're weak.
Yeah. All right, I'm coming. And Myshkin stands himself up, just sort of rotating his shoulder cuff a little. He's not doing too great as he heads over and starts to just like pull on the ropes as best as he can. He's not doing much. He's a tiny skinny little cat man, but he's pulling as best as he can. Kelthud's
God. It's
doing most of
Kelthud.
the work.
Kelthud stops for a second. Hold on. And he tends to your wounds as he sees you helping in rough shape.
It's okay. We all have to pull our weight. Come on, and this.
It looks like you've lost half of yours. Hold on, you can't help until I finish here. As he looks at your very 3 health point looking body. Oh. Puts his hand. He looks in. It's one of those where there's so many wounds he doesn't really know even where to start. This is gonna sting a little bit.
All right.
As he applies heal to you, taking care of roughly half the wounds as they begin to sizzle and seal up.
Well, tell me, Doctor, will I play the lute again?
Unfortunately, you're lucky to be condemned here for more days. Here's a rope.
Thank you. At least I am condemned in good company.
As we lift up Lolly, Kallisto. Don't worry about me. I morph into my golden eagle form and soar up, and I actually go up and all the way out to the top where Pathfinder is at and has been soaring around up above. And for a second, it's almost like two big old buzzards up there circling around the top of this cavern before I come flying back down and land with the rest of the group right about the time as we get Kallisto up and over.
Thank you.
Farouk, did you see anything? She says, she's sitting back down, kind of tending to her own wounds currently.
I'm going to make a weather check.
Inside?
No, we flew outside, so
open?
I'm giving a report.
Okay.
You can't see but more than 10, 15 feet in front of you. No, you can't seem to see more than 10 or 15 feet in front of you.
Do you need my help? I can shift some of the wind.
It's blizzard conditions up there.
I can still try.
I'll tell you this much, I'm happy to be down here. As Pathfinder even comes flying back down, you can't even notice that he's a golden eagle. He's so covered in snow, just shaking his feathers off. That's too rough for even Pathfinder to fly. But we'll deal with that later. We have to go after Kryvar. Farouk looks over to the opening.
And if you're able to heal any of us a bit more.
Of course.
Thank you.
Farouk uses his healing to roughly get the party to a 60 to 70% level. Enough to be able to get back up on your feet, seal the serious wounds, but there's still the fatigue.
Just Googled that percentage of my health.
Yeah, let me figure that out.
Don't worry. It is. Once I do that, we're in storytelling mode.
Okay.
If you needed to count it by points, I would have made the rolls.
Okay. As sort of Kallisto and Loluphia come up top, Myshkin is just going to sort of look you over, Kallisto, and sort of placing a tentative hand upon your back. Cold though it is, just, are you alright?
As alright as I can be, all things considered, yeah. Do need to update you and everyone, though. And I'll say this loud enough for everyone to hear. I assume everyone's pretty close by anyway.
Oh yeah, Lolly's too.
Well, it seems like I have a sentient, or the very least cursed, weapon. The heart that turned into a gun, a pistol, from what Loluphia has told me and from what I've experienced and can remember, has a will and mind of its own, and sometimes, at the very least recently in this fight, has imparted its will on me. This is not the first time we've handled cursed items. We know how to proceed with these, but I just wanted to let you all know in case it becomes an issue on this particular mission.
RoBear, quick question. Whenever I heard this voice, was there a sense of melancholy with it? Like, was it sad saying, is it over? or did it feel more like a pleasing success?
It felt sadness,
Okay.
a bit of remorse.
Apparently, I'd
Really?
shot at the manticore before falling again, and I don't remember that, so seems very much the will of this gun.
Would you rather someone else carry it for now?
I think it should be fine in my possession. Like I said, I know how to handle these kind of things. Truly, I think I was just unlucky to have taken a bit too many hits this time around, but when conscious, I think I might be one of the best to handle this.
Well, it seems like the list of items we will be handing over to your parents is growing, and he just
We are not going to be
places-
handing this one to my parents. We're going to be locking this up. We'll talk to the rest of the wardens about how we can deal with this one in particular.
You trust them?
Yes, and I, quite frankly, don't want to put my parents into any more danger. Magic weapons are dangerous enough, possibly sentient ones and potentially cursed. I'm not risking that.
We also don't need this in the home with our son.
Understandable. These, on the other hand, seem more mechanical in nature, probably better suited to you, and he places the stinger pods from the creature into yours. They'll do little good in my hands.
Yes, I think, yeah. I can hand these over to my parents to see what they can do with these. Either make them useful for us or sell them off or make them useful in their tinkering.
There was also the remains of this, and he puts forward the crumpled ribcage. I can make neither head nor tails nor chest of it, but perhaps under more discerning eyes might have more luck.
I'll give it a once over. I'll look over it to see if I can gauge anything from the way it's been built or forged or its material, stuff like that.
Kallisto, I don't want you to take this the wrong way, but I wouldn't have known none the wiser. That your will was not your own.
Yeah, the dangerous items tend to have that efficiency. That's why I want to let you all know. Quite frankly, if you see me holding the gun, it's most likely not willingly.
Noted.
I couldn't tell the
It's
difference
spoke
between
through.
your rage and your aptitude for vengeance. Your eyes, they were purple but brighter. The
It
only
also
thing that
spoke
was
through him.
different is that you missed. I don't see you miss that often.
Did you say it spoke through him?
Yeah.
What did it
was
say?
just after you had missed, and it just asked, "Is it over?" I don't know what it was referring to. Either it be the manticore being taken down or your unconsciousness.
mystery perhaps for another time. And Myshkin looks in the direction of the tunnel.
Indeed.
Right. I will lead the way.
All right.
And Myshkin is just going to cast Mage Hand and use the eerie glow that emanates off them to cast a green light as we walk into the tunnel and hopefully after Kaiva.
Kaivar.
Yes.
Darkness surrounds you. But you are conscious. You don't feel like you've been drugged through hell. But you also don't feel yourself. Some of the last things that you saw were those strange nano machines folding themselves in to your broken Vox. And as you lay in the darkness, when you go to move your limbs, you're pinned. But there doesn't feel like there's a great weight or pressure on you. It's more of a strange sleep-like paralysis. Do you have dark vision? I cannot remember as a bug. I believe that everyone does.
I have both dark vision and tremor sense.
And tremor sense.
And spirit sense, for that matter. Tremor sense is precise, but spirit sense is imprecise within 60 feet.
As you lay in this cavern, and you can tell that you're looking up, you're laying on your back. And you can feel just the last little bit of something crawling across your chest. And then it stops. And then you hear music. And it seems to be coming from inside the Vox. This small tune that it plays is soothing. Soothing so much that it puts you in a state of relaxation. Had you had a current effect on you that would slowly remove itself over time, this soothing effect feels as if it would expedite the process. It's that calming of a state. And when you do, you can feel your extremities again. As two of your hands reach up towards your Vox. And as you look down at it, it appears different. Controls are still the same. What do these small nano machines look like that have fuse themselves into your Vox.
Without dark vision or low light vision, without any additional senses to perceive them, there would only be skittering, but it almost looks as though they are tiny mites. You imagine some of them, the larger ones, end up being about the size of a woodlouse, but each of them is indistinct in form, because each of them continuously reforms and breaks away into other parts and pieces. Smaller groups of mites breaking off from the larger ones, reforming into larger ones too. A network crisscrossing around the entire Vox, until eventually it settles in place.
It is no longer the same device that you had before. There is a strange clockwork element to it now, as it has become the Clockwork Vox. The soothing sounds that have come from it are from the nanotech. As it charges at the beginning of the day, this new combined Vox has the power to reduce the value of mental conditions. That persist over time by a value of 1. Myshkin, at the front of the party with that flame lit, you can hear the sound of that glockenspiel as you push just around the corner, finding Kaivar on his back, holding his voice box.
Kaivar.
Am I able to respond? And whilst I know I'm not as bound before, am I basically back in control of everything, or am I still sort of caught up?
You are free. And your voice is there. Clearer than ever.
Can Kaivar hear this one?
Sort of like lost in trance for a second, as Kaivar watches the last of the machines sort of fit into place. It's not this crawling network anymore. It's like the last pieces of a puzzle fitting neatly into the rest of the Vox. But after the second or third time you've said something, Kaivar's attention snaps back, and you can see that familiar surprise in his eyes. And immediately, he starts making his own way towards you, sort of like hurriedly pushing down the corridor, trying to get back to the group in safety. Yes. Sort of instantly, as soon as he gets into the sort of reach of whatever source of light is leading the way, instantly crowds around there, huddles, very defensive posture, instantly trying to assess and see if there is something that you're running from, trying to get an idea of what people's posture is, trying to understand the situation. Does not completely know what's going on, because after all, he's just come to. His first few moments have been lost as per usual in pondering something in front of him, and he has been quickly snapped back into reality.
Kaivar had this one worried. Kaivar is safe. This one is safe. All of these ones are safe.
Yes. This one, Kaivar thinks so. Yes. Can I roll a perception check to look and see if the mites have gotten anywhere else on my carapace, on my body, on
Absolutely.
my toes, on my fangies? Okay, cool. Nice.
The only remnants of the machines that almost completely covered your body when you were being drug away are only on your Vox.
I was going to go ahead and do sort of like feeling around with his tremor senses, but also was doing a pat down with his hands. He momentarily sort of thinks about putting the Vox down, but keeps it in his smaller hands as he uses the bigger ones to sort of check between plates of carapace and feel out the smaller areas between where something might have gotten underneath. Really trying to think about it. If you guys want, you can roll perception on the Vox too, because Kaivar's going to be holding that a little bit closer to his chest than usual. I don't know if that's what would be on people's minds, but yeah, absolutely go for it if you want.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, I'll roll for it.
Oh, it lingered on that 20 for so
I
long.
know.
What
Oh.
the heck? I literally stole it from you.
As the rest of you check over Kaivar, you also only see the changes to the one machine that he carried.
Ivar.
Yes.
Your Vox, you said it's called. It looks different. What happened?
It was dark, yes. But then this one Kaiva heard sound, heard music, yes. Vox came back to me, this one, yes.
I'm being honest, I don't think there's much we can do about that, but you're going to want to be careful. It sounds like it's related to those nanobots, right? And I'll look to Loluphia and Myshkin to see if they agree with this guess.
I think with you having pointed it out, Myshkin is just going to be looking very, very carefully at the Vox. But he is silent. Thinking, but silent.
Considering that it's an object of investigation, Kaivar is going to take a look at it very briefly, and then sort of still getting back to his senses, still waking up, decides to place it on the ground in front of everybody. This one does not mind if you examine, yes? Please. If it makes you feel safe, yes. Reaching
Let's
out psychically with all done.
To be quite honest, if you can get those nanites out entirely, that'll be more safe, but at least seeing what they can do or what they've done to this would be helpful. And Kallisto will crouch down in front of it and I guess looking at it, what can I make of it? I imagine it's technology I've never really seen before. I think this is the first time I've like really looked at.
Oh yeah,
This
this
Yeah,
is
I mean, that's Kaivar's race's tech. It really only is slightly decorated with additions of these nano machines. So you take that away, Bife.
It's tech that you've not seen, but also it's a step further than that, which maybe is a little bit more in your benefit because it's been MacGyvered. You know, the actual the actual brass horn part of it that ends up acting as the speaker is clearly not from Kaivar's culture. Neither is the accordion side of it, where it's got a lot of the controls to it. So this thing has been built over time and has been adjusted, but the actual core of it, the hexagonal core, you do not recognize whatsoever. If you broke all the other parts down to it, though, you could probably figure things out, and depending on your own... I mean, you've got pretty high crafting. You might be able to figure out the nanites. If I assist on that, maybe you could figure out the rest and put all the pieces together.
Yeah, I think just knowing that one, whoever Kaivar is, he's fully aware that this is the first of Kaivar's kind close to his meta. You can only assume that most of this tech is from there. He's not going to try to understand that part of this Vox. He's going to try and figure out what seems to be specifically the nanobots and what they've added or changed. Or just added, I can't tell what's different, but I want to see what's specifically nanobot as I look through this. And I do very minor pulling apart. I don't want to go down to the core, but like taking off some of the peripherals using the kit I use for like gun maintenance. Like screwdrivers and wrenches, small wrenches and stuff like that.
As you're about to pry into that first layer, Kaivar holds up a hand and sort of stops you for a second, and then holds his hand above the Vox itself and makes the indication without touching it, almost as though he would be running his finger across it, were it just a few centimeters lower. And it's almost like a shell on the back of a beetle that unfurls to reveal wings as the Vox itself starts to unpeel that first layer and open up, giving you access.
Okay. I have many questions, but now's not the time. And yeah, I was gonna see if I guess I want to see if the nanobots responded to this. What I can tell from how naturally Kaiba did it, it seems to be like a thing that this machine should be able to do to be able to pull apart with ease. Did a nanobot sections of this respond in kind?
They seem to fold with the tech.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll a perception check as this thing unfurls.
Is that both of us or just Kallisto?
Yeah, both of you can.
All right. Let's give it a go.
Those are 19 million.
Just rolled over onto the 3.
Kallisto, the parts of this now almost resemble a biological ocarina. It's as if the Vox is now part Kaivar's tech, part instrument.
Kaiba, I probably need your help on this, but could your Vox always do this? It seems to be built, obviously, yes, as a speaker, so you can communicate with us, but it seems to have a musical aspect to it now, and I can't tell if those nanobots added it, enhanced it. What do you think? What do you know? As I'll point that out to Kaiba.
This one Kaivar made Vox for simple communication, yes? Translates variety of languages after exposure, yes? But music. Never music.
And I'm guessing it wasn't always slightly biological?
Vox is part machine, but also is not completely.
Okay.
Ivar starts to make that indication and sort of points to the interior of that first layer on the underside of the shell. You can imagine however you like, but you can see the sort of delicate fibers on the inside. It's not like it's this ugly, grotesque, pulsating thing, but it's very much like a cool membrane that you would see inside something that is clearly biological. You start to get a little bit of a look inside Kaivar's technology, the tech of his people. In fact, you know what? Yeah, do you want to roll something on that? Because
Sure, I'll roll.
yeah, I've got a mind's eye card if you want. Like, throw that around and I'll throw you a thing on a something. I don't know.
What would I roll for this?
I guess perception. Go for it.
33.
That's your call, RoBear. High enough, or?
Go for it. Get a pretty good understanding.
Oh, you're about to have a very good understanding. As you reach out, and I'll play the mind's eye card in a second, but as you reach out and touch that particular part of the Vox, it unintentionally gives you a tiny mind link, and you can start to see through tremor sense and perceive. And you understand that you are a grub in this moment, something unformed, like a stem cell made large, completely unprotected, vast entities above you that you might one day turn into, but also strange other pieces adorning them. Anything from a sword to a shield being held by some warrior morph, all the way down to the chitinous walls that are around you. Everything is made of you. And being jostled through by everything, you sense a larger psionic presence, but clearly something that is physically much smaller, not quite able to jostle through everything else, but it is approaching you slowly. And tenderly it examines and looks over and pulls you from the ground, and then ushers you into a frame of sorts, into which you fit neatly and rest. That brief moment of mind linking ends like a flash.
I think... Okay, hold on. Yeah. Pisto pulls his hand away and sighs. I'm going to need to stop touching these organic and tech things with my bare hands. Yes, no, I see that this seems to have been grown. But these parts, and I'll point out specifically the nanobot kind of parts, were these organic? Were they always organic around these sections?
Organic at first, but this... Ivar points to where those nanomachines have sort of fitted into place and added an extra layer that's complementary to everything else. This is new, yes?
Okay. However, I'm worried that we have some items that could be very dangerous. The parts that turn into a gun seems to be sentient or at the very least cursed. And now these nanobots have fused with your Vox. I cannot say if it's going to have the same effect as it did on the gun and me. But I, for a moment, lost control of my body and the gun had its controls. And to be quite honest, I'll be a bit more terrified if that happened to you, quite specifically.
Especially considering this Vox is Kaivar's primary means of communication with these ones. These ones wouldn't we wouldn't want anything lost in translation.
This one, Kaivar, has always used Vox because it is clear to this one that communicating like we usually do does not comfort others. But you have all heard this one, Kaivar, before, like this. Yes.
We have.
Yes.
Kaivar takes 2 fingers, holding them out, and gently you see the Vox start to close in on itself. Parts and pieces start to slowly build over like shell that has naturally always been in place, and all of the inputs are suddenly covered. It is a solid piece of carapace that covers every single one of them. Nothing can be moved. And it closes back up. He picks up the Vox, which is now kind of curled up a little bit like a woodlouse or a shell beetle. It has formed what is clearly a more closed and defended look to itself.
Yeah, no, I have many questions to ask you, but not now.
Is there a place to keep the Vox safe?
I don't know. I'm using the case for the gun, but even that wasn't enough, so I really can't say what will be. Just a thing that to keep in mind, I guess, until we can do something more substantial about it.
If Kaivar is content, this one would be happy to carry it. If Kaivar deems that safest.
He nods and sort of looks towards you. You've got like a bag or something you can throw that in, right?
Yeah. It's stuffed, and there are papers and parchments coming out of it, but Myshkin makes room, and
How will we?
just... What's that
How will
for?
we communicate?
Up here.
This.
Farouk.
Oh, I thought that was the Vox.
Myshkin smiles, and looking back at you, Kaivar just nods very knowingly and very seriously in your direction. This one will keep it safe and unharmed.
You get a nod in return, and it's very hard to read expressions with regards to big old buggy eyes, but you could sense perhaps that there is a degree of trust with how steadily he's holding your gaze during that nod. Just slowly starting to understand how the facial expressions of this bug start to work. It is a weird process given how few similar features there are and the fact that it's just not the same, but you're getting there, you know?
Ivar, I want you to roll a will save.
Twitch.
Oh. I got master will saves now. This will be fun.
Oh, resolve. When you roll a success on a will save, you get a critical success instead. That's insane.
Yeah, them bard level ups.
There's a sadness inside of you, Kaivar. Like the end of a sleepover with your best friend, or after convention blues. There is a separation between you and the Vox that only you would understand. And it feels like a piece of you is gone.
Can I reach out in the sort of vague mental direction of the Vox? Send back a sort of acknowledgement. Try and at least establish that there's contact for the sake of reassurance.
Roll spell attack.
There we go.
Ivar, when you reach out, there's more than just part of you that's there missing. There's something else. Yes, there's the sadness of you losing a physical form of communication. And man, this is really meta and strange. But you understand that loss. Part of it is very much this living experience of being able to communicate at will. And as a bard and a collector of stories, that loss over time since the encounter with the dragon outside has given you a bit of perspective of what that loss is like. But you even reach past that point, you feel some form of almost empathy. And that's when you realize that you are stepping into someone else's shoes. Your Vox isn't just you anymore. There's a part of someone that's there. Something that was once living, breathing, and a part of this world. And it's like a veil. A thin membrane. And it's your choice. Do you push past that point? And go further?
Anything but a 1. Yes.
Ivar, you have been on many of a transcendental ride before. But this one, it's different. Because you pierce the veil and move forward. Your feet are literally in the boots of someone else as you see out into a packed tavern. There's much joy and merriment here, and there is family, and you sense community and regulars and new strangers that have become friends, and you stare and you look down at this instrument that is in your hands, this small ocarina. As you pull up and you look past back a very, very busy bar with large ornate mirrors, you stare into a face that is not your own. Young. Maybe late 20s. Human. Long braided hair down one side, shaved on the other. Fancy leathers that you've certainly never worn before. And a full band back behind. As you take all of this in, and it's hours in your mind, you walk in whoever's shoes that these were. A bard of a different sort. One that brought joy through performance and song. Not so much as written, much more spoken word. You got a sense of the crowd and the hush and all the range of emotions from highs and lows. These songs. You realize that it's a manifestation that's not much different than the book that you carry, but it's in a different form, but nonetheless inspiring. And as you spend this time, those emotions range over your own body. Whatever reactions that you have between the highest highs and the lowest lows, everyone else is seeing on your physical form, but it's going through in only minutes, but you feel in hours. As you mold your mind to what's left of whoever this was, you feel their life experience. Their soul is not trapped inside of your Vox. It is the mechanical imprint and representation of their life story. And you have no idea how that's been imprinted into a piece of metal that has molded with your own technology. There is no malice inside of this Vox. There's a story of a man in the human condition. And you realize it's forging with you has given your Vox a new voice. One of performance. If you're to use this Vox inside of combat, you can now also inspire heroical defense. The same way that you can inspire heroical courage. Well, there's no name left, nor is there a feeling of regret that there is a soul trapped. Far from it. When you finish, it's like the end of the next great novel that you've read. There is only the remorse that it's over. But you feel a kind of kindred spirit to whoever this was, and to the art and the craft of telling stories. And it's like that you blink, connection gone, and you're back on the other side of reality, looking back at the rest of your friends.
You said this was only minutes for us?
An awkward 5 minutes.
Could I have Lolly, like during this moment, 'cause she doesn't know what's going on, look him over to see if he's injured and like, I don't know what's going on, but let me have a look at you.
Yes. I'll just be waving my hand in front of his face, honestly,
Oh.
at this point.
Myshkin just looks at you and says, No, it's fine. Let him say goodbye. It's fine.
It's been 5 minutes. It's going to be in your bag.
At least he looks fine. She's like lifting up under different arms. Thankfully being dragged didn't hurt him.
Ivor?
Ivor.
Sorry, I'm going to do one thing. Oh, I've got it. Declaration on a 1 or a 20. I'm not going to do anything crazy with this. All right. I will keep that to myself. Yes, this one is ready. Yes.
Oh, he's back. She like lets go of one of your arms. Sorry.
Is Kaiva all right?
This one is learning. Seeing new perspective. Yes. This one is ready. Let us go. Yes?
Yes. Where did they take you? And I'll look like just past you down the tunnel you just met us halfway.
Yeah, can we see this? Is this with dark vision? Where are we?
Not too far down. Like, he didn't get away. We were able to multiple times during the course of combat interact with where they were dragging him through. So it was really only 20 or 30 feet down this channel before we found him.
Okay.
It was not a long jaunt.
Okay, well, we need to go deeper, see what else is down here. There's still bound to be more. For some reason, I feel like wherever they planned on taking you might be the heart of it all, but I really can't tell. They were burrowing tunnels rather than following ones already dug, so I don't think I can do much to help figure that out.
This one, Kaiva was not sure in the chaos, but you may be correct, Kallisto. Let us go. Yes.
Lolly looks at Myshkin, and I wonder if it's the same place they tried to take us.
Very possibly.
Well, we get to find out. Yay.
Getting deja vu.
Like trauma. Lots of trauma. It's always with you, she says playfully.
At least this time, you get to share it with your significant other.
Move, she says, just like urging you to keep going.
Myshkin lifts a hand and once again begins to continue walking down the tunnel.
Farouk is going to make a roll. Kaivar's pause. It's a familiar state for Farouk. Somewhere around the second or third minute, Farouk has the emotional intelligence to realize that he's probably not on this plane anymore. It's something that you notice over time, very similar to the trance that his people need to go into to speak with his ancestors. And using his spirit speaker ability, he just is able to trace that veil. Understanding that there's something spiritual that his friend just went through. But he knows when he's ready to talk about it, that he will. He keeps it to himself. Indeed. We need to press on and find out what is the mess of all of this. And he just kind of looks back over in Kaivar's way and nods lovingly that he's happy to be here.
You get a nod in return, and then Kaivar readies up, ready to follow the path.
Lolly would grab Kallisto's hand.
He
Give
takes
it a
your
nice
hand.
tight squeeze. It's
He
almost like a
smiles.
feeling of like she needs this connection. There's a lot going on.
Yeah.
Baby, we died twice before we get to see our son. Let's not make
He-
this a charm.
Don't
He
be
squeezes your
shadows,
hand.
haha.
He squeezes your hand back. It's a very firm squeeze. I think especially if you're grabbing onto the kind of stone rock-like hand. But yeah, warm to the touch as he follows Myshkin.
Myshkin follows the tunnels.
Let's get a survival check.
Okay.
Is this going to be a
This-
collective one?
Yeah, this is our man Myshkin's.
Now, question. Does this still technically count as a winter environment?
Negative.
What if I say I'm cold?
Myshkin just like paws at your face. Survival. There we go. Nope, now none of my things are working, so let me...
$25. You end up traveling down this first almost like vein at a pretty rapid descent, enough to make your Achilles burn from stopping tumbling over on top of yourself. It continues to be a dark and solemn journey. There are the occasional small shakes and tremors. Kaivar, go ahead and roll a perception check with advantage. 28. There is a distant sound of what sounds very much like the moments before you were pulled away by many small machines. And you're the first one to sense this.
Would I be able to pick something more up with tremor sense?
Only because of the tremor sense do you understand this distant skittering. It is your choice of what you want to do with that information.
The skittering's coming from up ahead, directly in our path on the tunnel, correct?
No, it's more of an omnipresent.
Okay.
You can feel it around.
Yeah. With that, I'm going to communicate it to... I think I can only do one person at a time with this. We've not ruled this, but if I can only do one person, I'm going to communicate it to Kallisto that I can hear this. Kallisto, stop. Wait. This one...
He stops and pauses.
This one can hear skitters in the walls. Yes. Something is near.
Please repeat this out loud for everyone. Kaiba can hear skittering around us. I'll be honest, I'm not surprised considering these things can burrow through stone and earth, but be cautious.
Can we roll to see if we hear? Being able to like hone in our senses.
Anybody who wants to roll a perception check now may do so.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Yes!
Oh, yes.
I was fishing to give
Catfolk.
people those rolls. Hell yeah. Oh. 19 and a 20. Let's go.
And an 11. Good job, Sam. You did great.
You're doing wonderful. You're doing great, sweetie.
Look,
You
this becomes
wouldn't
a-
like it when the boys get angry.
It's so cold in here.
You guys pause. As you all focus and sit there in silence, taking in the sounds in the darkness. And what you can vibe is omnipresent blends to a focus. As you can hear something traveling up the tunnel slowly. And a small blue glow begins to pierce the very end of the tunnel. We'll pick up with you guys concealed from it in your position in 10 minutes after we take this quick break.
Oh.
Ooh, yes. Good job, everybody.
Thank you. My rolls have been great.
I mean, they have.
You're saving the good ones for combat, Sam. Don't worry. You got this.
I always need them.
I don't have any big spells.
That's
No.
crazy. I just cast shoot. I don't use spells for that.
All right, everybody.
I just cast
gun.
kill it.
Ads are going to come on the stream here. Thanks for supporting us. Just let them roll while we go get coffee and use the restroom. We'll be right back. Love you all.
What a D&D pun. Let them roll.
Oh my god.
Wait,
I'm me.
do you all have a physical dice
And
in
you
front
can
of you?
use that now.
Yes, I do.
You should roll,
can.
for the entertainment of those who can see us, a dice to see how your year is gonna go.
Oh god. No, I don't want to do that.
I don't
I
know.
rolled a
put
nat-
the-
That one!
I'm not.
You
risking
put that on
one.
you, Ricky Bobby, not me.
Yeah.
I got
I'm
a
not risking
19
that
last
one.
year, and that was a great year.
I'm gonna be real with you, Sam. I don't need RNG taking hold of the reins. I need some.
Yeah,
I
I'm
need some
choosing
certainty
what
in
my
life.
year's looking like. I'm choosing that
Fine.
it's a
Do I
nat
get
20
a
as far as I'm concerned.
modifier?
Sam, you chose violence.
I did, always.
I
Your
got a
modifier is
Yeah, 12,
is
That's not bad.
I'll say your modifier is 30 minus how old you are.
Oh my goodness.
But it's a nat 1. You can't do anything
So it
with
doesn't.
nat ones.
It doesn't matter.
Minus
Yeah, that one doesn't really
one.
matter.
So my 12 is an 11. Thank you, Drak.
You're welcome.
I
You're
love
welcome.
you, but that was
I'm the GM
very
of this.
cruel.
I'm the GM of this world, and that's how this game works.
Of this world, yeah. Dang
You're
it,
a
last year was a
mean
19.
Bruh.
You know, it speaks
Well,
very true to
You
Sam.
just add those together to make the 20. It's
A
it's
dirty 20, yeah.
20. Yeah, it's a dirty 20.
Woo.
Woo.
Sam's dice. Ooh.
Oh my gosh, y'all, you should see my notes. I have word for word written everything RoBear has said. I have a novel in front of me.
I'm playing in character, and don't take notes. Because Kallisto doesn't.
That's
That's
what you
my
got your wife
reasoning.
for.
I won't lie. I'm
I'm-
so glad. Oh, sorry, go for it.
No. You go.
I'm so glad that you picked up on the caution with the Vox there, Drak. Like we'd never gotten that interesting little tale if it wasn't for that.
He's gonna have a lot of questions. But yeah, he's very cautious because I think even I was like, especially when we were talking about the gun, being like, we don't want to give this to my parents, we don't want it in the house. And then remembering that the Vox is also kind of that at this point now. Kallisto was definitely like, I'm not entirely sure if I want this in my house. So it's going to make that very clear that this might be dangerous from the get-go.
To be honest, fair enough. You were very open and courteous when it came to allowing the giant ass bug in your house in the first place. So like, let's be real. No one can accuse you of being closed-minded on that particular front of things. You're just trying to keep your family safe.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very interesting. He's gonna have a lot of questions on a hobbyist, like artificer kind of side of things, but also just general curiosity. Because that box is very interesting.
Dude, I don't even know half the stuff that's going to probably end up doing, because you can bet that whenever RoBear has done something, he is not telling you about a certain portion of it. It's like a Warlock pact. If you read through the whole thing, you are still going to miss something.
Curious who this bard is.
Yeah.
It's actually the big bad boss.
I was waiting to see if RoBear said, and this bard sucks. And I was going to be like, I know which character from RoBear's other campaign this is. Because that absolutely has happened. And
I almost thought he was going to reference a Meteorian Core thing for a second.
Same.
I
like,
was wondering too.
Once he said human, I was like, none of us. Except
Human
for
is boring.
Except for fucking Jacob.
Except for Jacob, the worst one.
Just like.
But then you said
okay.
bard, and I was like, oh, sweet baby Jesus. Whew.
Uh-huh.
Dodged a whole fireball with that one.
Sit there and it's a halfling bard, and it's like, you stare out through the eyes of Solus, whose identity has yet again been stolen by a character in this D&D universe.
Yay.
Terrible.
We gotta get
Sorry,
Frank back
You need
to like
It's-
redeem Solus after we have ruined his name.
We have absolutely dragged this poor man's reputation. Oh, there's a few guys in Baldur's Gate who are sure that he's an owl. There's a bunch of people out there who probably think that he ransacked a ship and released a demon onto it or something. It's a whole mess.
Meteor Anchor. Y'all should, if you haven't watched it, this is a good time.
You better watch it.
It is a traumatic story. Bunghole is the best. Anytime I need a laugh, I watch that episode because it's hysterical.
It's so
the
full
funniest
of
D&D moment I've ever had.
You know what I absolutely hate about it too? I had the moment with the big ooey gooey, and you ever have those moments where
Why
you say
did you
something?
say it like that?
Ooey gooey.
I don't
Talking about
know.
the bunghole.
Here's the thing, right? I sat there and heard the words come out of my mouth, but it was like slow motion. You know, I couldn't stop it from happening. It just sort of happened spontaneously, and I was like, oh no, I've said that. It's left my mouth and entered the internet. Oh, this is bad. Oh no. It's just like, I can see the reaction on my face as it leaves my mouth, and I'm like, oh fuck. I've said this, now I've got to live with it. Cool, great.
I mean, Drak's already said it. It's what happens when you get really goddamn old.
Gooey out of the bunghole.
Ooey gooey out of the bunghole. Sometimes it just happens and you can't control it.
That's what diapers are for.
What do you think I'm sitting on?
Sounds
done.
leaving. Sounds done.
Done.
I will be right back. I am just going to... Yeah, I just need to go grab myself some water and then I'm all good.
I'm actually going to refresh. Everyone, and I'm realizing with me making old jokes, this just makes you sound old. But you should get like prune juice, because prune juice it tastes really good. I love it. Cranberry juice and prune juice, incredible. Anyway, I'm gonna get some cranberry juice real quick.
You just get me choked on my spit.
Prune juice.
Want me to send you some Werthers over there?
Yes, please. I finished mine earlier today.
Me? I have them right here.
I finished all my words earlier today. I would actually love another
Have you tried
pack.
the vanilla ones? The vanilla soft
I like the original. I like the normal ones.
So
I don't like change.
like vanilla, but I like the soft chew ones.
You do sound old.
Golden generation in the streets, Gen Z in the sheets. Good
Talked
God.
about Drak in their youth. Gone out the door. That was a good word there.
So tell us more about these vanilla Werthers.
Well, they're really good.
Yeah.
Did you see my TMJ pop?
This ASMR. It's good fun. Continue.
You just turned into a robot.
Oh, did I? Hello? Hello?
I think, you sound fine now. I think you said ASMR. Sorry, my jaw keeps popping. I need to mute.
Before you know it, Drak's going to come back and tell us that he's recently got himself a caravan and he's joining the the UK Caravan Society. You were once again.
Cat got your tongue. Remember, leave the tunnel. I should not be eating this caramel. It's so bad for my TMJ.
We call them the Gray Nomads. I love that.
Drak, where's your caravan?
Caravan? I don't know, probably drove it off a ledge or something. I don't know. I blank out sometimes.
Wow, violent. Ed, are you back?
You asked what about my caravan.
Can't hear you. That pick up on mic?
I heard the end of something. What was it? I thought you hit your mic.
No, that's my jaw. It's my
Ow! Oh my god.
Christ, Sam.
Yeah, I have an appointment to see an oral surgeon to try Botox to help it. I'm nervous.
Did you know?
for that,
Okay.
though. What?
Speaking of Botox, so Cat, the wonderful Cat Scratch, everyone should follow her. She's great. So she can't burp. Like that's a thing. She can't burp. And it's a thing everyone jokes about it. Every time we burp, we say sorry, Cat, because she can't do it. But apparently, she looked into it. There's like a Botox injection that can help people who can't burp gain the ability to burp again. And so that just reminded me. You mentioned in Botox, I was like,
Where
that's
did they
another
use
thing.
it?
Like in the neck region. Apparently, it helps.
Oh, so like it's more down here. Yeah, because mine would go right in the jaw.
That's
Yeah,
just,
that just reminds me.
So I might have to get surgery to get polyps removed in my nose, and one of the side
Still
effects
have
is
them?
yeah, I still have them. It's real bad. I can't breathe properly.
Oh no.
Or
oh my
talk
god, that'll be.
properly. But yeah, one of the side effects is you might not be able to roll your R's afterwards. So I might lose an inherent Britishness, you know.
Your arse.
Wait, inherent
My
British. Well, I
arse.
mean, I guess I'm technically not. I'm not really British. I was born here, but
But I might
I
not
can't
be
roll
able
my
to do
R's.
as effective animal sounds anymore.
oh no.
I wouldn't be able to do that. I'll just have to get
Okay,
Sam to do them all.
Sam will be the
Pre-record them
guest
now.
sound maker.
And have your audio files.
Well,
I'm dead
yes,
serious.
that is incredibly sad. I also would much prefer you incredibly be able to breathe and sleep at night and have an extra
Yeah.
15 to 20 years
Not for
life
the odds.
expectancy. So,
Live longer or can't do bird sounds anymore. I don't know.
I don't know. Good artists die young. So
I don't know about that. I was
One
saying.
helps make you money, and the other just, I don't know, keeps you here
I
longer, I
think
guess.
it's less that good artists die young
Which
and
one-
more the world kills good artists.
there is a reel of a style of
leave it like
Mockingbird that they played, and knowingly they raised it by hand, but they knew this thing would take on its early imprint, and they played all the droid noises from Star Wars, so this
my
bird communicates with
oh, I
them.
saw this. Yeah.
And they were
love
like,
that.
it's an extra spicy morning from whatever the little bird, and it sits there and records. It's like, oh, they're very communicative that morning, and like it's like it is incredible the recreation that it makes. Oh,
So we have to get a
it is
bird,
tea.
and Ed has to make a bunch of sounds at it,
yeah.
so it imprints. And then when Ed can't do
You
the
have
sounds
to do
anymore,
guinea hens.
guinea hens. What's guinea hens?
Guinea hens are a nightmare.
Like
I used to
guinea
own
pig?
30 of them. So on our farm, they help to keep away, like, you know, snakes and thingies like that. Nothing else. There's nothing else beneficial about them. They're the most annoying birds in the entire world because they're so god-awfully loud. They will sit as far away as possible so you cannot get them in a tree, and the sounds that they make are not nice.
I keep forgetting that you're a farm girl.
I'll mix it.
I mean, you're kind of dressed like it now.
And on that farm, she had too many guinea hens. Yeah, literally, here, let me find a video of the sound and I will put it in our little chat so you all can understand why they suck.
I'm looking forward to something that is like on par with what foxes sound like when they're doing their business. And let me
You
tell
don't want to know what a fox says.
Yeah, that has immediately hit every single person from the UK in this particular group.
Here, posting it, just 35 seconds long. Yeah, it's called foul for a reason.
I'm so glad that we're able to circle around with yiffing as part of our topic on break. That's a good way for us to get back.
Wait, what?
Gifting?
Yiffing. Oh, let me impart
Isn't
part
that a
of my
fairy
knowledge.
thing?
Yes, and that's what it's from. It's from what they call the sound that foxes make.
Oh, I didn't
Oh,
know
I-
that.
Yes,
I
that is
understand
where
this
the
noise
fandom,
now.
furry fandom, has co-opted yiffing from.
Isn't it bad?
Not yiffing, but I'm listening to the guinea fowl thing. Good
Isn't it
lord, that
horrible? And they
is-
don't stop.
I can
all
imagine how that
night.
would drive you insane if you were
Yeah.
listening.
Silly
I did-
birds.
will admit, I did have a moment where I was very sick and very hungover after someone's wedding. I think it was a cousin's wedding. And just a normal hen, or rooster rather, outside of my door at 5 a.m. By the time it was 9 a.m. and we were ready to go, and I was feeling no better than when I'd woken up at 5 a.m., I was about ready to catch that chicken and eat it. You know, like I was ready to do some stuff.
I mean, chase the chicken, they'll have a heart attack. That's a good way to get back into our session, right? What a segue.
Is that actually what happens? What the
Yeah,
I feel the same way about Quasimodo, and that's where I'll leave that.
Okay. Dude, you text me at 1 a.m. still sends me. Okay, no, I'm gonna explain this one story.
We'll explain that later.
Too good not to. Okay, all right, fine.
We'll explain that later. We go on that, we're never coming back. Had to be there. We'll tell you guys after.
Can't hear you, Ed.
Oh. Fingers crossed.
Still nothing.
Really?
Okay, wait, no.
There we
go.
go. Oh, we heard that.
Huh.
Thank you, RoBear, for the Ed dub.
It's good to know what you think I sound like.
You just sound like an adult in Peanuts. It's fine.
Your voice does appear to
you
be back,
disappeared.
though.
Nope, it's gone again.
It's gone again.
Oh, it's gone
no.
again? Oh my god.
Do you have a faulty wire? Like, do you need to wiggle it?
Plug in your mic and unplug it.
I mean, I hear you shuffling.
Yeah. Every day I'm snuffling.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hopefully,
Yes.
welcome back permanently.
Oh,
Oh, wait,
He
let's
left
just
the
let the
call, and he's
Discord.
back
Oh,
again.
now he's back.
Maybe?
Yeah, is that okay?
yeah.
Yeah.
Just so what seems to be happening, it seems to be prompted, so every time I minimize Discord, it will say, we've detected a new audio output. Do you want to use this? And I don't, because I want to use these. Okay. We'll see what happens.
Wait, I'm gonna figure it out. I'll rob. No, I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna admit to a crime. I will jokingly, for legal reasons, a joke, steal a PC for you.
Yes.
We still need to do our fundraiser stream.
Yes.
We'll talk after this.
Picking back up
We need to
inside of the tunnel.
Realizing where this is coming from, can I immediately cast Pass Without Trace?
You don't even have to. You have enough. You got a nat 20, a 19. You guys are hunkered down in spot.
With my nat 20 perception, can I get a sense of the scale of this thing?
You can. And you've heard it before. It seems to be roughly slightly larger than humanoid. In the same mechanical pattern. As it begins to round the bend, you can tell undeniably that it's one of the Digwitch. but it does not have the same piercing red surveillance that you saw before. As you see this thing wrap around and through the corner, there is a large blue bioluminescent mushroom that has long busted out of the glass red surveillance eye. And it's glowing. You can see that this thing is covered in moss and soot as it begins to continue to inch up this cavernway.
Out of interest, with soul sight, can I perceive if this thing is malfunctioning or if the fungus emanating from it is actually in control? In other words, is the fungus sentient or is it just a broken machine passing this way?
Go ahead and roll spell attack with advantage.
Oosh, needed that.
25. There's something strange with this machine as well. You feel there is some sort of spiritual presence there. Now, whether that's biological from a mushroom, mycelial network, or otherwise, you don't know.
In my travels, would Myshkin have come across anything like this in the caves that he would have delved or the floating islands he would have visited?
If you'd spent any time in the Underdark, you understand that you go deep enough, there is many outworldish wonders. But understanding the descent that you've been on and this undeniable combination of biologics and machines, maybe it's just another byproduct of the crash site. After all these things didn't attack you, or at least didn't get the opportunity to.
Myshkin is going to very slowly take out the bones from his pack once more and shoving them into the dirt, biting down on his wrist, as you have seen before, just letting droplets of his own blood fall down onto this mound of earth. It's just going to create his shadow spy, small raven, and just nodding over in the direction of the Dig Witch is just going to have it fly over and just land on a nearby rock. See if this elicits any kind of reaction.
What is that cool dice?
New little
Oh man,
feature.
that's terrifying. I hate that. I absolutely hate it. Do not want.
Like, it's one thing to see the question mark, but like the dice with all the question marks? It's intimidating.
I
That
love
is
it
scary as
so
fuck,
much.
yo.
It looks down over in its direction. And you see just a small extension of one of its operational mechanics. Holds itself out like a falconer would with their arm.
And the raven is just going to move across, just hop onto it.
The machine mimics back.
Myshkin is just going to pick up a nearby small rock and just throw it, not at the dig witch, but just near enough to it that it creates a somewhat echoing noise through the cavern.
How big is that rock? Is it baseball sized? Is it golf ball sized?
Oh, like palm. Yeah, golf ball. Like palm. Size of a palm.
You see it visually stabilize itself with some of its pneumatics.
We better get you topside.
Did that thing just speak?
Seems so. And is it a
It
voice
sounds
that we...
identical to the speakers that you heard from sentinels guarding the construction site.
Does this one also seem to have that like little red? It was like a scanner or like a camera or something.
No,
that
the
goes
red is
inside?
busted out, and there's that small blue mushroom growing inside of it where it was busted out. And that's its only light, is that small blue glowing light.
Do we still hear the skittering, or has it stopped because of this?
Don't hear skittering, only this single machine that is now slowly climbing its way up through this tunnel towards you.
Myshkin is gonna... Sorry, you go.
Telepathically to Loluphia through our necklace, Kallisto would just say, it's going to find us, so better we're able to figure out what its intention is before it sees all of us, so I can go up ahead and meet it, and all of you react depending on how it reacts to me.
She'll respond to you telepathically. I don't know if it's best if you go forward. That's the same voice that Myshkin and I heard before we were taken to the recycling plant.
Well, if
But it's missing something in the center.
I can interact with it, we outnumber it, and if we're able to keep everyone else secret until we're sure it's safe, we also have an element of surprise. So I think one of us being seen is better than all of us being seen.
Okay.
If you wish, this one, Kaiva, can go. Yes? No? Can speak without speaking.
Who are you communicating it to?
Kallisto.
Well, I'll be frank, I'm not entirely sure how what you do works, but we have no guarantee that it works with that.
Ivar gives you a look and then just nods. It's following your lead.
Kallisto will step out from the hiding spot and walk towards this machine.
As you do so, Myshkin is just going to brush his hand ever so gently against one of your weapons and will just cast Dispel Weapon, which... Okay, so it's not letting me click on it, but basically the last spell or that caused damage that I cast, which was a fire spell, you will get an additional... It's a certain amount of d6 of fire damage to your rolls. Here we go. Until the start... no. He doesn't do that. Never mind. It only works in combat.
Yes, Kallisto will approach the construct, question mark.
Do you purposely engage coming out of the shadows? Because it is your choice. You basically have been concealed this entire time.
Yes, no, I purposely step out of concealment to be seen by this construct, and honestly, with just a smile on my face, wave at it and say, "Hello."
Hello. Are you a survivor?
I've been known to survive, yes. Are you?
I don't know.
Can I ask, what did you survive? Or what did you assume I survived?
I'll be honest, I don't really know what happened here. It's all a bit of a blur. But things have gotten better since I found this light.
And it points up towards the mushroom.
Sorry, rude of me. Let me introduce myself. Call me Warden. What's your name?
Warden.
Yes.
Warden. Man, does that sound familiar?
Lolly looks at Myshkin.
Myshkin
What's
looks
your
at
name?
Lolly.
Warden. Why does that ring a bell? Oh, my name?
Yes.
Oh. Yeah. I don't know. I haven't talked to anyone else in feels like a long time. It's a lot of darkness.
Yeah, no, I can see that.
I'll be honest, the first thing I've talked to other than myself has been this small bird. Ah!
It's very cute. Do you have does a bird have a name?
No, Warden, it's, I just found it a second ago. Which I'm hopeful for. If it got itself down in this far, maybe there's getting close to getting out of here.
Oh, you've been trying to get out? How long? Well, you said you can't quite tell, but you're trying to get out, right?
I guess. It's so dark down here. And strange things. I'm really confused, Warden. But I'm not gonna let it get to me. I don't know, I feel like I have to keep digging my way out of here. It's, I don't know, it's like an itch. I gotta scratch it.
Yeah, I think Kallisto's smart enough for this. When he says that, and I want to do a combination of things, and you can tell me how and if this works, or if I can even do this. But I want to kind of remember what I saw of the Dig Witches when we essentially kind of caused them to combust or destroyed them earlier. And I want to look through any gaps and dents I can see through in this Dig Witch and see if it looks like they're the same, kind of like the same makeup or similar makeup.
Go ahead and roll that perception check.
Also, since Lolly couldn't do it from back here, she would communicate to you via their necklaces.
Can you tell if this one is potentially half a person?
Yeah, telepathically you'll say.
Okay.
Right with you.
Oh yeah, this thing is gnarly. It's been largely damaged. There's, it's covered in this moss and bits and rubble. This thing couldn't dig itself out of a sandbar in its condition. It's lucky to be able to traverse the gradient that this tunnel is on. And you have to think, what a relief from whatever busted sensor it has up there. That small blue mushroom is the only reason it's gotten to where it's been at so far.
Friend, you don't mind if I call you friend for now until you figure out your name? Is that okay?
Yeah, that works. That's familiar. That'll do.
Friend, are you in pain? Is any part of your body aching?
My body. My body? What is a body?
Let's find a way out of here. I'd very much like to leave as well. I have, I suppose, the itch that you were talking about. Let's see if we can help each other.
Hey, Warden.
Yes?
I'm real confused. What? Where am I?
We're in a cavern of some kind.
Where?
I'm not sure how you ended up here, but I'm here to help.
It holds up one of those mechanical arms up in front, and it goes all the way up to the blue mushroom where that sensor is at.
Oh gods. Where's my body? Warden!
I had a feeling. Brent, I don't know. But like I said, I'm here to help. Brent, where are you coming from? Have you passed anything of significance, strange, confusing, like you mentioned, on your way here?
So many tunnels. I wonder where everybody else is at.
So there were others.
I think so.
Friend, you mentioned that things got easier or better since you found the blue light. Do you remember where you found it? Even just a general direction?
It was the first thing that I saw that wasn't all gray. I almost feel bad. I took it from its home. Made its home here. I hope it doesn't resent me.
I'm sure it doesn't.
So many voices, yet so little spoken. Surely I would have heard someone else. Warden, you're the first person I've heard in a long time.
Friend, do you want to take a seat? Just for a moment?
Well, those aren't. Though, is it?
Bends down and looks.
Oh, those aren't boots.
Yeah.
I guess this'll work.
As it lowers the pneumatics on its back. Kind of sits like a frog.
Kallisto will sit beside them. I think at this point, to anyone watching, it seems clear that I think he's still on edge, but isn't looking at this creature as a threat anymore. More of everything else that could be potentially around us. And he takes a seat beside Friend. I will be honest with you. Seems like you're the kind of person who would appreciate that. I don't know what happened to you. Seems like you've got some form of amnesia, and from what you've been saying, you don't recognize the body you're in. Is that right?
Warden,
Yes.
I have no idea what this thing is.
We'll get you out of here, and we'll help you figure out what happened.
Warden,
Yes?
Warden. You're a warden. I
Yes.
remember those.
My parents sort of put me on a very predestined path with my naming choice.
It's kind of like Guy. That's funny.
Trust me, I hear a lot of it. Warden the Warden.
So tell me this, Warden. I'm gonna take a wild guess here. When did the mines collapse?
When, I guess, above table, when did the mines collapse? Do I even know of mines in this mountain?
I want you to roll a very eerie society check.
Eerie society check. That's a special Pathfinder. Okay. 17 for a bit. Dirty 20.
Can I roll hearing this to tell him if I know?
If you want to. I mean, you're always never too far from your partner.
Damn.
Oh, there it is.
She whispers
Waiting for
very
it all
sweet
session.
nothings in your ear, baby.
Oh my god.
First you
not
hear,
in front of
God, you're hot.
not in front of my friend. God.
Stop blushing. I can see it from here.
You begin to put everything together. Their affinity for the bird that's far down this way. The talk of mines. The fact that there seems to be bits and pieces of biologic within Myshkin. You're not hearing the voice of someone who is in the recycling center. You're hearing the voice of a miner when these mountains were still being carved. They understand Warden only because of the very first wardens that began to arrive at this area hundreds of years ago. When the Dunvolcan dwarves were still actively mining. Pre-Stormforge, pre-Storm ore.
As I see Loluphia relays this to me, in stride without really pausing or seeming like I'm taking time to think or listen, I will tell friend, I can't say for sure, but it has to have been over 100 or so years now.
What? I don't understand.
I think I'm starting to. Try to remember, do you remember your name? Family members? Faces?
Family. That's another familiar word. My family? I don't. My name? I'm sorry, friend.
No. You don't need to apologize.
I mean, Warden.
Friend is fine.
What are you doing down here, Warden?
Before I answer, can I do a quick perception check just to hear? Yes, I'm trying to gauge if this is running on. Is it running on the same things as the other dig widgets we thought were running on? Like, I'm assuming like electricity, or they're running on, or some kind of magic they're running on. Is this running on the same thing?
It still seems to be running on mechanical means.
Kind of cool.
Whatever
Okay.
whatever its eyesight behind that sensor and the mushroom is definitely mechanical.
Okay. Yeah, I think he's a bit clouded by emotions right now. I'm down here to investigate an incident. Not
Drunk.
the collapse, but
Oh. I thought you were gonna confirm the truth.
what truth?
Feels like I've been down here for a long time.
If you were here from before the mines collapsed, then yeah, you have been.
Hundreds of years. Next thing you're gonna tell me is that nobody's left here to mine anything. These things have been prosperous for far longer than anything I can ever remember.
Does this digwitch see his arm?
Oh yeah, it just saw its arm for the first time.
Yeah. Let's see if we can get you out of here. I'm being a warden. I do need to make a clear and thorough sweep of this area, but I'll be back and we'll lead you up top and take you back into town.
Hey, Warden,
Yeah?
why are you here? And not the Dunvolkin?
Brenda, I'm not entirely sure how to tell you this in a way that's believable, because I'll be honest, if I were in your shoes, I wouldn't believe anything I was saying either. But no one's had any reason to come to these mountains for hundreds of years. They've been mined clean.
Oh boy. Well, that's certainly news, isn't it, little bird? Is right. Tell me this,
Chat.
friend.
Yes?
What's it like outside?
It's good. Outside, right now it's rather cold. The blizzard, from what I can tell, going on, but that just tends to be the weather on these mountaintops.
I'll be honest. It's so hot in these mines. That'd be a sweet relief.
Well, even
What I
when the
remember it used to be. Everything feels really cold.
friend, do you want to go back to town? Is anyone here left behind that you would like to bring with you? We can go in and find them as well.
No, friend. I think this will be just fine.
And it gets up off of its pneumatic back legs. And it reaches out one of those small mechanical hands towards you, Kallisto.
Is there anything in the hand?
Yeah, just a small clasp.
Kallisto will take the hand.
Tell me what the mountains look like one more time.
They, quite frankly, are beautiful. Right now, they're covered in snow. Just pure white as far as that I can see, and almost a welcome cleanliness compared to the city I've lived most of my life in. It's cool. My parents are, well, my mum, my dwarven mother, she's a blacksmith, so I'm pretty used to the heat of a forge. So I suppose a lot like you, the cold is honestly a little bit welcome. Nice change of pace.
That sounds wonderful.
And you feel that hand just slowly sink. As that pneumatic releases. And you see the machine just ease down. as you look at what little bit of sensor was left back behind that glowing mushroom, whatever energy was left inside of this machine expires. Kaivar, roll a spell attack with advantage.
And there we go.
You see a small blue orb that lifts up from this machine. As it floats around where Kallisto is for a second, you can see the outline of a humanoid. Just for a second, with a few fingers out as it strokes the very top of Myshkin's shadow spy. And Kallisto, for just a brief second, you feel a warm presence on your shoulder. And even though you don't hear it, it's like Kaivar's internalizations. You hear friend. In Kaivar, you see that soul go back into the orb, float through the cavern and up and out past.
Rest well.
Loluphia would step out. And she would look at Farouk. Since Farouk, whenever they had kind of put the pieces together that there's machinery that's also human. What does he look like right now?
He's not doing so hot. He's leaning up. Big, welled up tears in his eyes look like small thunderstorms that could burst into a dam at any moment. It's his eyes are as light as you've seen them. That cinder soul, dim enough where you can actually see his pupils and his irises back behind it.
She would step over to him and just not say anything, but she would place a gentle hand on his arm.
He takes it willingly. I never saw the ones that didn't get out.
Did you know a lot?
My ancestors paid that cost long ago. It is one that we live through story now. I have not felt such emptiness and loss. Souls were not meant to be kept or collected or trapped between stone. I'm glad that we were here for them.
I as well.
I am glad that we were here.
It seems as if they were the only one here. So I don't believe in faith much, but it does feel like some kind of fate. That at least you were here.
Faroük. I saw as they left. Sorry, wreck on that. This one saw as they left. Yes. They went up. Towards the sky. Yes.
I could feel its presence, but I could not see it. Thank you.
Ivar waddles over and also puts a hand on your other shoulder.
Faroük gestures with both of you and the rest on his sides to walk over to Kallisto.
Kallisto is, I think he's still for a moment, looking down at the construct's body. He just takes in a deep breath. I think he's pretty good at hiding his emotions, but I think Loluphia will know this, having just being his wife. He's trying to compose himself. So I think it's a mixture of sadness, but also a deep rage. Having seen this and having imagined what this person had gone through. But to take a deep breath and keep all of that to the side and turn to meet the rest of the party.
As soon as Farouk would gesture over towards you, she would have already been there as you turned. And she hugs you. And very tenderly rubs your back. And pulls away, looking up at you. You did good. Well done.
Yep. Never gets easy.
If it gets easy, I'd be concerned. Means your heart still works.
What they said, it seems like they're the only one like them. But
yeah,
with how complex these tunnels are, they just may have been unfortunate to never meet, so I suppose still keep an eye out, just in case there are others who met a similar fate.
I wish we had known the timeline of when they were made into this, though.
I don't know.
Because the mines was before Stormforge.
Yes, I don't know if it's still made into the machine or if the mushroom had anything to do with it. That gesture to the mushroom.
Bear in mind, we have also seen this technology merge with souls up above. That dragon.
Yeah, that's what I was alluding to. It seems more new.
I hate to speak on practical matters. That wound that is so recently healed, that arm. You said the wound erupted 8 years ago, at the time of the old mines and their collapse.
Was that did they collapse at that time?
No, I think the mines was hundreds.
Yeah, right?
But you said a creature charged out of there 8 years ago?
Yes. Creatures tend to call Forgotten Lands and the space around it home. Some adventurers seem to have agitated one of the creatures, and they essentially ran out chasing these adventurers and wreaking havoc through the woodland. I came and intercepted.
And these tunnels, we assume, are connected with those old mines you spoke of?
I can't say for sure, but I'd assume so, yes.
No one's been down here mining for generations. Whatever that was, what little imprint left of an ancient miner is far older than anything that we've ever touched. The mines, well, yes, they still exist, have long been abandoned for hundreds of years.
How high up is the mushroom on the ceiling?
It's on the mushroom is
On the construct.
on the construct.
Oh, sorry, my
Yeah, it's
bad.
going
I knew there was one in the construct, but I thought there was one on the ceiling. My bad.
No, it found one somewhere down here.
Okay. Myshkin is going to just move forward and respectfully, and very tenderly, is just going to, reaching out with his mage hands, just use one of the scaled claws to just cut its stem. And another question to be answered when we go back to Stormforge. And he is going to place the mushroom in his satchel.
As you do that, is there anything I can sense that's coming off of that mushroom?
Especially as it gets close to the Vox, if it's in the same bag.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you don't have the Vox on you.
Hmm. Myshkin. This one,
Yes.
I would like to observe. Yes. And hopefully before you put the mushroom in your pack, Kaiva's going to just reach out his hand.
Myshkin just allows you to do whatever it is you would like to. He trusts you.
As Kaivar makes contact with the mushroom, he gently starts to part the psychic veil, and tries to read psychometric resonance on the mushroom. I think previously we rolled this as either a spell attack or a bardic lore.
Spell attack.
Don't forget, we have Lex and stuff.
Yeah, Can I wash my luck on this, or is that an in-combat only situation?
Yeah, we use them just like 5e's luckies. Do you want to add anything to your roll before you make it?
It's tempting to add an advantage considering we've just spent as long as we did on this thing, and things go badly with certain bits and pieces.
I mean, we have advantage. Spend it. Let's burn it.
You reckon? It's very valuable, is the only reason I say it. That might be a...
Spend it.
This could be very valuable too.
Yeah, I say spend it. I'll play it.
Alright. You got it, Drak?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Alright, yeah, and from my own hand, if I've got stuff left, I have a 1d6, so I'll add a +1 to this. Why not? And real quick, before I forget, one cast of Wash Your Luck has been used. So, let's try this again.
Ooh.
Oof. Ay, ay, ay. Thank God it rolled off the 1 at least. Oof.
You try to tap into the mycelial network. It feels sparse. Not all that unpredictable since it's alone and not connected. It's been separated and on this small island for a while that was this machine. But there is something out there. That you feel even this fungus doesn't want to be near.
Skyvar turns it over in his hands. He gingerly returns it over to Myshkin, satisfied that he's not going to get too much more out of it.
Myshkin just looks at you with querying eyes, but nods as he takes it back, and we'll have a closer look when we get back home. Back to Stormforge.
This one, Kaivar, sensed trepidation. Something lies deeper. Yes.
I understand. There are books in Stormforge. We can research. We can take our time. But now, and he looks at the broken shell of this dig widget. Now I fear time is not on our side.
We need to go in deeper. It mentioned an urge. Despite not remembering anything really from its past, it has the urge to leave, which is understandable. Of course, they'd want to leave, but the way they described it felt like something more than just wanting to get out of here. It might be related to what is down here causing some of these nanobots to crawl out of the hole we entered through. And it could end up being connected somehow to whatever was going on with the recycling plant and silent gear. And
I have
the washboard.
I have a theory. And Myshkin begins to kind of walk and talk West Wing style as he just once again glows his hand up and just sort of begins to try and navigate the way forward.
I'll follow.
Whatever these mushrooms are, clearly naturally occurring, perhaps maybe even retained the spirits of those who died when this mine collapsed hundreds of years ago. The technology that has arrived here clearly appears to be merging, interacting, setting off biological species, organic matter, but also clinging on to spirits, maybe even souls. I don't know. I need to have a closer look, but whatever it is, this technology, it appears to be naturally occurring at a rapid rate. By design or no.
Quite frankly, I'm almost worried if it isn't by design. Because whatever they're trying to do must be close to it.
My other concern, and Myshkin continues on, is that this recycling plant was just that. A small outpost. If this is what a small crash site can do, I dread to think what lies at the heart of Stormforge itself.
We're going to need whatever information we can get from this small outpost before we tackle anything as potentially daunting as the scent of Stormforge itself. But I'm starting to worry and fear the same thing.
And there's obviously more here. You saw back there. Newer things.
Yes. And I must admit, for all of my magical knowledge and my research into the arcane, this is new. Even for the silent gear, this is new. And unpredictable.
What? As we look around this space, what can we see? Can we see other points of entry? Other tunnels?
You all finally begin to progress into an actual carved chamber. There's steps that lead into a more open expanse. In this main chamber, you can see what is left of a mining expedition, but then juxtaposition next to what is clearly an archaeological excavation. You see the largest bone that you've ever seen. Five, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, over 60 feet long.
Are we able to determine what this bone would be from?
There is no megafauna that exists that is that large inside of Falterra.
Have we heard of anything historically? Have we even heard of, like, in history books, a finding like this?
This would be of mythological proportions.
Can I try and roll on that with Bardic Law?
You may.
All right. Let's roll that hard 6.
Oh.
1 off. Damn.
You all don't have the foggiest of where this thing has come from.
Can I roll either library law or, if you deem it more relevant, hell law?
Library lore.
Library law, okay. Nah. Nothing.
Farouk even stares back at the size of this.
Good. God. I couldn't even guess what this is.
My ancestors spoke. Long of giants and incredible creatures in the plane of fire. But I have never seen anything but as a glimpse until now. It gives evidence of the tales that they have told.
You're sure that that's what this is?
No. I can only represent what our ancestors have spoken to us. I do not know, Lolly. These mountains are older than all of us combined.
That is not good. If creatures this large, even just the corpses exist here, who knows what the nanobots can do with that?
Can I roll a perception check to see if there's any technology of any kind in proximity to the bones?
Absolutely.
Nanobots or not? Okay, gotcha. I have a suspicion.
You give this thing a good once-over. There are the traces of nanobots all over this gigantic bone. But there is nothing that shows signs of them combining like they have with the Dark Heart, your Vox, or the Dig Witch.
Well, do we continue?
As the mystery deepens,
Yes.
I imagine so.
How do
Let
you
us
all
go.
proceed? There are
What do you mean?
2 tunnels to the north.
Dang it.
And
I thought that was 2, and I was like, are we going to have to split?
And there are 2 tunnels to the southwest.
I remember around about episode 30 or so, there was a thing about splitting tunnels underground as well in previous campaign.
Well, seeing that there's a fork right here, if we want to split, and she looks up at Kallisto, one would go with me and one with Kallisto, because we can communicate.
Probably best to have a warden with each group.
For the first time you've ever seen, Kaivar is going to look back at you with what you interpret to be angry bug eyebrows, and he's not speaking, but he's giving both of you a look like, seriously? This is your suggestion?
Yes,
It's like
Kaivar.
very, very furrowed brows that have been made up of the antenna.
I've never heard you louder.
Well, a group split in 2 is wiser than a group split in 4. And he looks between the 4 tunnels, and my shadow spy can go down one of the empty ones, fly as far as it can, and then fly back to me. It is at least one additional route of information.
It's not a bad idea.
Thank you.
Don't mention.
I'll turn to Kaiva. You seem annoyed with our idea.
This one, Kaiva, thinks we should not split up. Yes?
We have a lot of ground to cover and not much time to do it.
The
Fine,
moment there's an
but
issue.
this one will stay with you. Yes? Skyfall like huddles closer to Kallisto.
Okay.
Cute.
You can be with me.
Farouk is going to take one of his eagle feathers off of his ceremonial garb and take that golden eagle feather, and he's going to lay it over where the busted piece of red glass was on the dig witch.
What are you doing that for?
Giving our friend here the wings to fly back home. As he pats the cold machine, as he lays the feather across.
All right, so who's going with who?
Doesn't matter. As long as she looks at Kilthud or Farouk, one or the other, so who can heal, go with Kallisto and Kaivar.
Kilthud, could you go with Loluphia? They're gonna need someone who could do a bit more than just cast spells.
Come on, Kilthud. You know I'm your favorite.
A lot better than staring at your ugly mug the whole time, Kallisto. You got it.
Farouk, you're with me.
Yes.
Loluphia looks at Myshkin. Looks like the cards have been drawn for us.
Well, at least the decision was made by others, and I wouldn't feel as though I were being unwanted.
Ow! What a take at Kallisto.
Myshkin bringing that sass. Oof.
Lolly's necklace is gonna light up to Kallisto. Seems like everybody's dogging on you right now. What'd you do?
I don't know, but have fun.
Why, Iota? All right. Flip a coin. Who's going left or right?
Sure, let's flip a coin. Let's do it.
All right, what group is heads? What group is tails?
I call
Myshkin is tails.
tails. Yeah. Is it
Yeah,
tail.
tell us which can, yeah.
All right. Tails it is. Where are you guys going?
As Myshkin looks between the two tunnels, he just clasps the right of the two pendants. The golden sun sitting opposite the silver moon, and just giving it a small, ethereal squeeze with his green mage hand. Right. Let's go right.
All right. Looks like y'all are going left. And she looks at Kallisto. Make sure to check in often to make sure we don't get too far.
Kallisto will pull out I imagine we have like a pocket watch of some kind of timekeeping device on our person, or at the very least in our kit. And he'll just say,
Stormforge makes the best watches.
hell yeah.
Isn't the
But yeah,
clock
he'll pull out a small pocket watch and say every 5 minutes. Is that frequent enough?
That's good. In the moment of anything that seems awry, we'll let each other know.
Sounds good.
Does that make everybody feel better? For the most part.
We're in good hands.
Kaivar's looking ahead. One of his sets of arms is still kind of crossed. We just sort of... Yes.
Come on, Kaiva.
Oh,
You'll get used to it. And yeah, I'll start
Alright.
leading the group left. I think left to the furthermost tunnel on the left, I think.
This bad boy?
I thought Myshkin was
Yeah.
headed this way.
no, we're going
Oh,
right.
Yeah, Myshkin going
Myshkin,
right.
Myshkin,
Oh, they're going
Myshkin
right.
did his whole thing about going right. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Hey, sometimes directional dyslexia is a bitch.
It's
That's
good to
true.
go
This is-
right than wrong.
This is...
All right, Myshkin, are you going to dispense your bird ahead?
So not ahead. My shadow spy, as the raven, just sits on Myshkin's shoulder. Myshkin just looks southwards and nods, and it just and just flies off down south in the direction we will not be headed.
South? Wouldn't that be
Wait, what?
left?
What-
That's
Yeah.
their tunnels.
I'm so
Wait.
lost. You
So-
introduced directions. No.
This is
So
south. These are the
there are-
southwestern tunnels.
So there are 2 tunnels heading south and 2 tunnels heading north?
Yes.
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 Looking at the map from where we're standing, the right would be the northernmost 2 tunnels. That's where we would be going.
Ah, right. I thought we would get... Right, okay. I'll
Did you
send
want to
my
go the other
shadows-
way? We can.
No. I assumed we were going down the right northern tunnel and they were going down the left northern tunnel, but
Oh, no.
Oh,
okay.
no.
We're
Right,
fully
okay.
splitting up.
Yeah.
That's why we're going to check
So-
in to see how far we are.
in that
We
case,
got a lot
I'll,
of time. Like 3 miles. That's a lot.
I'll send the shadow spy down any of the other empty tunnels? Maybe the other north one that we're not going
Ping
down?
me.
So your options are this one or this one.
I'll go down that one. Yeah.
You want your shadow spy down that one?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
All right. Seeing if we have an official little birdie.
Oh my god, the bird's getting Foundry official.
My god, that's big.
That's a big deal.
That's a big win for bird lovers today. Sheesh.
He goes off into the tunnels now to discover the stories of his people. Those annals held in terrible grimoire that they call the Dark Avian Secrets.
No, stop! Don't bring it to another campaign.
Dark Avian
Wow.
Secrets 13 coming to Amazon Prime.
13. We were at 3 before.
Well, we've sold a lot
Series is
to
expanded.
the max.
What
In
is
many
Ketri
ways.
writing? I imagine it's all in Ketri's library.
In many
By
ways.
Renwick.
Oh my god. The idea of it being written by Catherine is hilarious too. It's less a book, it's more a stream of consciousness and occasionally pretending to be a bird.
Go ahead, Myshkin.
He's a great artist of their time.
Oh,
The Raven is yours to control.
Oh, amazing. I can just move him?
Should be able to.
Whee! That's so fun. He's so cute. Whee! Oh, why can't I? Oh. Oh.
Go ahead and roll a perception check.
Okay.
That Raven smells colors. There is nothing but death that you see in these small, shallow ponds. Long, rotten, decomposing. There's a slickness of patches over the top of these waters. It appears to be toxic runoff.
It continues flying.
Go ahead and stop there. Party to the south.
yep.
Go ahead and make your move.
I think Kallisto. Yeah, Kallisto will take lead. Start heading south of the ruin. Or his group. We all have dark vision, right?
Yes.
I got better than dark vision, baby. I got tremor sense.
Oh yeah. Okay. Wait, is this the This is the tunnel, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
As you guys walk past that massive bone, you get a sense and scope of the feeling that you could literally be inside the marrow of this creature that once existed. Makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up.
A strand of marrow.
Wrong campaign.
I didn't name it. Campaign.
The Storm of Forge. So,
No, you forge a storm.
there it is. That's why Loluphia is the Storm Sorceress.
Yeah, that's why.
But yeah, we'll continue.
As
Oh yeah.
the cave narrows into much smaller mine shafts like the one that you came down, there's a passage to the left and to the right, or north and south. Which way do you want to walk down?
I'm going to stick to my guns and go southward, but if anyone has other thoughts, Kallisto is willing to listen. All of it, this is truly just chance as far as Kallisto is concerned.
Gonna follow your lead.
Okay. Yeah, more south.
Creeping along the walls, just following you.
More bone.
Oh.
You all enter a chamber in which there is another massive bone. However, this time it has been busted into, partially broken. And you can see the markings of these nano machines that have been all over the top of it. But you see no marrow on the broken end. Kaivar, Tremor Sense, roll your perception. You can hear them skittering through this bone. It seems that it is these machines have created their own tunnel.
Kallisto,
Yes.
the machines. They are inside, yes. They have made a way. And Kaivar is going to gingerly point to the bone that is bereft of marrow.
And you can, I think as you point to it, I'll try to listen, see if I can hear any skittering.
Roll that perception check.
Oh. 21.
It's faint, but you can hear it.
Okay.
And it seems like listening at the end of a gutter. Far, far, far down.
There are two choices. We either walk through this bone, or we take the other tunnel. What do you all think?
I guess question for context, is this large enough for us to fit through?
That's a good point. Yeah, the other one he's mentioned.
You
could, but I don't know
crawl.
about this one. And crawl.
Oh,
What would
I'm
Drak
missing
want to
this
go to the
view.
Drak wants to do it. This is the bad choice, and Drak wants to do it.
This is like when you find like a YouTube short or a TikTok of someone who goes like spelunking, and it's like, so guys, I think I screwed up. I kind of like crawled into this space here because I thought it would open back up again, but like it's not, and now I'm here and I'm not quite sure what to do. And on the other end of it, you're
I love that blend of a Cali
Oh,
accent.
it's so good. Oh, now I know what your TikTok for you looks like.
It is just anxiety. It's just
Anxiety.
it's the personification of no. That's it.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave that to everyone else because
I don't get
Right
to
now,
decide.
something to-
This is up to you
okay,
two.
this is
God,
bye.
it will save. Kaivar is not as brave a toaster. He's going to gingerly approach, but he's going to look to you for things. He's going to sort of assess and take a look. This passage is wide enough if we crawl. Yes?
looks like it. Yes. There's
Leaving
no
the ball
guarantee
very
what-
firmly in your court there. Sorry.
Yeah, good. There's no guarantee you'll open up on the other end, but these nanobots need to be going somewhere. And Kallisto will begin to walk over to the opening and crouch down and begin to crawl, make their way into the bone.
Farouk sizes that he has to get on his hands and knees.
Kallisto's
What?
used to it.
In human centipede
Y'all pretty
fashion.
big guys too.
Yeah.
Yeah, you chose like the two skinny ones, and then Farouk, who's even his armor is like an OG D2 Titan, where it's like two giant toilet bowls on the side.
Yeah. They're literally World of Warcraft oversized pauldrons.
Yes.
It's fine. Kallisto's used to being on his hands and knees.
Yeah, he is.
Oh.
I mean,
In all fairness, there's like a full foot height difference between him and Loluphia, so it's like it's only polite, really.
It's how he talks to me.
wait, I need to find that meme. Yeah, this is
How
how
to
you
talk
short
to
people.
short people. Actually, we don't need to show that. This group of all you giants over here. Anyway, back to men crawling.
Uppies.
Peace.
Oh wow.
Do you guys proceed towards the Shadow Spy?
Weren't we going down a different one?
We're going down the other tunnel.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Come on, Kill Thud.
Oh, I'm coming. This is creeping me out over here. This thing is huge.
Oh, is this another fork?
Well, isn't this lovely? Oh, God, I'm sorry, it's dark. Ow. Just because I have dark vision doesn't mean I can still see all that good. It's a bunch of gray. Oh,
And Lolly whips her hand and uses light. So now there is some light.
are you
Alright.
sure?
Well, I don't want to metagame now that you asked that. Yeah.
Why?
Because you've been traveling in darkness for
Well, yeah, but for him.
for 3
If you're gonna
hours.
hit things
He
the whole
can-
time.
No, he can see it. He has dark vision. I was just making a joke of like, just
I was
because I
just
have
clumsy.
just because I have dark vision doesn't mean that I'm not a klutz. You know, like
Okay, never mind. I thought he was joking about dark vision. He's hitting everything.
no, he's definitely he's a mountain dwarf. He's got it.
Then no, yeah.
Perception check for both of you.
You, Myshkin.
Huh? What?
There's 2. Again.
You hear faint voices and heavy.
In a language we understand?
It's just faint and banging and just general noise underneath you.
Underneath us? Could I... Lolly would like to bring herself down to the floor. Could she listen and try to do another perception? If she's hearing this beneath her.
Go for it.
Are you all right down there? Shh. Oh, okay, sorry.
That is short joke. Let's go.
Short queen.
She's on the floor. It's different.
Oh, you got down? Oh, sorry, I didn't.
Oh my god. Oh, that's. Oh no. Oh no.
With that nat 20, I kill Myshkin. I
said
threw him
no,
on the
alright,
ground.
Lolly gets up and you can see it's just glassed over eyes. Just a simple caress as she breaks Myshkin's neck, sliding over to Kelthud
Now you'll
with a simple thinner as he collapses.
Night, sweet prince.
I love splitting up.
Don't say anything, Kelthud.
Well, I can't imagine the other group will be down on their hands and knees.
So what do I hear? With a 20.
You hear men laughing as it echoes to what seems to be a small chamber underneath you. And you haven't heard it for a long time. But you hear Kallisto's laugh. And you hear the grumblings of a very uncomfortable Farouk. As you can absolutely hear them crawling down some channel.
She says, leaning up off the floor. I think the other group is crawling underneath.
Oh, well, I guess in that we're unified.
At the same time, Lolly, you hear Myshkin, your shadow spy, is pulled. And goes under. I need you to make a perception check with disadvantage.
Okay. I'm gonna have to do this in a very awkward way, I'm afraid. Sorry. So there's one. And then...
Oh.
the last thing that your shadow spy sees is bone.
Okay.
And it's pulled underneath the water.
After she hears the call, her necklace lights up. What are you doing?
The 5-minute interval hasn't. We're found a tunnel way through one of the bones, seeing where it leads.
Well, you're right below me. I can hear your laughter. And Farouk's grumbling.
Yes, you'd think they'd be used to getting down and dirty.
Who, Farouk? I don't know his life.
Seems like an outdoorsy kind of person.
What does that even mean?
An outdoor. I'll talk to you again.
Sorry. Yeah, no, I think we have fun.
He'll go
And
silent.
She
But
disconnects.
I think you can feel the amusement as he disconnects.
Or do I hear you laugh more? Because I can hear y'all.
I think every time Farouk grumbles, you probably would hear a small titter.
She would stand back up. All right. Well, now that we know that they're there, which way do we go?
Myshkin, I need to have you make a spell attack.
Okay.
We have cards.
Yes.
Let me see.
Yeah.
We have a bunch of inspiration. We got luck and a bunch of advantages as well. What do you feel?
Okay.
And
I'm
advantage.
advantage and inspo. Yeah, I think I will. Take.
Advantage and
Yeah.
which advantage? I think I have at least one of everything, so whichever you want.
Just the highest one, maybe. I think.
Okay.
Yeah. So that gives me a
There you go.
+3.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Lovely. So that will. Oh. Lovely. So let me just. Gonna have to do it awkwardly again. There we go. And one more time.
Double threes.
on.
Why does this
Can we luck it?
always happen?
Just luck
So
it. There's no way you can get another
that-
3.
If you get another 3,
Because you get to roll
I don't know what to
advantage
say.
again too.
Okay,
laugh.
yeah.
do you want to do
I'll-
it?
Yeah.
Let's
hold
yeah,
on,
let's
hold
do
on,
it.
hold on here. What was spent?
Advantage and
advantage.
inspiration.
1d10.
Okay,
Yeah.
that was the advantage roll, and he used the D10.
Mm.
Yeah.
Myshkin,
Yes.
your shadow spy reemerges. Up out of the water, but inside of a very, very bony cage. Can you all see this?
Define this.
I see it. Yeah.
Yeah. Where I don't have to ping it.
Do you mean this or the stuff to the north of that that's not currently on stream?
The thing that is not being displayed on stream.
A little bit. I can see up to like there.
Oh.
But I can't see all of it, if that makes sense.
I know why you can't see it. All players are observer. Ed is the owner. Well, we're just going to do this for a
Ed's
second.
the owner.
Because it will reveal that.
Oh.
Sorry, what? No, put me back. Put me back.
Oh, yes,
go
parts of my plan. Bye, kitty kitty.
As you pull up this small pool of decay, fluttering around in this thing's rib cage. It begins taking steps with you.
What?
And it begins marching forwards. You look out and you can see another set of steps that have been carved. Quite finely indeed. Myshkin, describe yourself as you're seeing and warging through this with the rest of your party.
So here's the fun thing. Myshkin can't see any of this. It'll only be when he drinks from the bird later that he'll see this. So Myshkin is blissfully unaware that this is happening.
I forgot how yours worked.
So this bird is just having a side quest at the moment.
Oh my.
I heard your bird over there.
I'm sure he's fine, don't worry about him.
He's very chatty. Much like his owner.
Hey.
And the ride they continue on, walking up steps that lead into another much larger chamber. That leads to a massive set of hip bones.
Oh, hell no.
That's near the birth canal. Are we about to be wombed? Are we gonna be birthed?
I think we're going
And
to be
you look
ruined.
and you see these tendrils that are slowly moving. And as they flop and turn where there were once suction cups, there are now individual nanobots within them. And you can see them shake as it wreathes and it pulls back and disappears. And a large chunk of that spinal cord falls down to the ground. And this skeleton golem walks your shadow spy in. And that is where we will pick up next week.
Great. What could go wrong?
I don't like
It is-
that.
Oh boy. Oh no.
I can't wait to tell you what's happening when we find out, and you're like,
I'm like 3 miles underneath in a tunnel.
Hey, you
What am I supposed to do?
you said this is part of a big guy? I'm inside the big guy. What do you
Yeah, y'all are in the
mean?
bone of this big guy.
Oh boy, we are boned.
We are experiencing the recesses and extent of this bone here.
Look, we
the
just
only
gotta
thing that
get
can
in
go.
that pelvis. We gotta like run around.
We gotta
a
get
bit.
in, get out.
Get in.
How about you, fella?
Get
We're
out
exploring
again.
Something a little further south of the pelvis, if you know what I mean. Sorry, I can't.
Sam is so disappointed in us right now.
There's only one thing I can do with this terror, and that's make jokes. It's bad.
Men, am I right?
We're gross.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why I love y'all.
Yeah.
Someone's
we
got to be
adore it.
gross.
Yeah.
So
Huh.
the plot thickens.
This is perfect. I love splitting the party so much.
I do too.
It's my personal
Yeah,
joy.
me too.
I know it's gonna be bad, but I love it.
I'm throwing it out there just for posterity. Kaivar knew this was a bad idea. Your little buddy boy gave you warnings, but no.
I
Hey.
would love for Kaivar to like discipline us, be like, "We told you, we're just so sorry."
Sometimes
get
you gotta
like-
split up.
Yeah, we just totally drop frames. There's disconnection over here.
no.
It's okay.
Okay.
Whenever it
Oh,
drops,
nice.
just everyone leaves, and then it's like I get to be in the video by myself, by myself, by myself.
We didn't leave at all. You left. You left us.
You left us.
We were abandoned.
You left us alone with this man and his big bones.
Dad.
Oh,
Weird technically things coming out of the thing. Oh god, it's terrible.
Wait, is that pool the butthole?
Wait, what?
It's a starfish.
ridiculous. Lot to soak in from this one. Poor miner. Ed. Much as the rest of the session. Oh, everybody's gone. Nobody can hear. It's not just an Ed problem. It's my Discord. I'll bring you guys back. I promise. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Boom.
Foolies.
Now you can hear me. I
Imagine
was
what
blaming it on
episode of
Ed
the
this whole
Magic
time.
School bus is like when they go through the digestive system.
This
Except
is the
this
Magic
time,
School
it
bus.
makes no sense.
Bam, 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 bam.
Are you telling me that the driver of the Magic School bus didn't go on some like proper Cthulhu-esque adventures when she wasn't in term time?
100%. She teaches like a college class, and
What
that's
did she
where
do with-
that's the Cthulhu stuff. Like the college,
she just
the
went by
college class is
herself.
Cthulhu.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just for fun.
Little trips on herself. You know, take yourself on like a movie date. She takes herself on a Cthulhu date.
This has been a good one.
I've got
so
so
happy.
many notes.
I have a
so many notes.
novel. If y'all need anything, don't worry. I wrote everything down word for word.
Me too.
Honestly, I need to catch up on the episode I missed. So if you got them notes, go ahead. and
That's
send
actually
it.
not one that I have notes on.
Most of
It's
that's
very
wham,
funny.
bam, ow, I'm dead.
If
Yeah.
you can read my handwriting, I will send mine to you.
100%. I'm sure I can make sense of it.
Okay.
Follow the
Good luck.
nanobots.
That was
Oh,
me.
can't wait for next week.
No, I was wishing good
Gonna
luck.
be
I
so
know.
good.
I'm ready. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it now. Oh, this is one of those where if it was in-person D&D session, it's like the perfect amount of like, yes, 4 hours of RP, and now the culmination of the shit show is right here.
Yeah.
Ugh. But I'll take whatever I can get.
Good RP today, y'all.
Very good.
Yeah. And the slow and like really uncomfortable reveal of all of the bones and everything everywhere. It's just so
and the contract
nice.
conversation, that was
Oh.
interesting.
Drak,
Yeah.
you were wonderful.
Thank you. That was nice. I think it was cool to flex that Kallisto can be kind. I think.
I know he doesn't get to do that. That's what it was like. It was perfect.
Yeah.
It was.
Like,
I
he's
got
not
to
just
flex
kind to
my
his wife.
knowledge.
Yeah, with your nat
Wife
20.
is still there
Damn.
helping. Tell him this. It's this.
Especially after you got to do it after a succession of rage and then this new item embracing your rage, and then you got to have a very humanizing scene of almost like how you would take care of someone who's sick or elderly or confused. And
Yeah. Like, I messaged Sam after it, and I was like, I just think it's a thing that Kallisto and Loluphia have definitely like seen many people's last moments and like kind of talked and walked them through it. And I thought this was just nice to make that an established thing with this interaction.
oh, it was beautiful. It was so
It
good.
really
It
was.
really lovely.
Kallisto gets soft. Raleigh doesn't. So she's there for her soft boy.
Oh, you made it. Oh, everybody enjoy. We will see you guys next week. Happy New Year, everybody!
Happy boo year.
Ooh.
Get booed up.
What's going on, everybody? CaptainRoBear and crew here, fresh in 2024 with episode 30 of Stormforge.
Damn, episode 30, the big 3-0.
We're growing up.
We're basically dead now.
Don't say that.
I think I killed RoBear.
I have one final year before I turn into Elminster in my 30s. Please, Drak, with all of your youth and your beauty.
So just share your youth with us, please. You and Vibe. Share your youth.
I'm good.
Your fountain.
My youth is the only thing keeping my knees from absolutely giving out on me right now. I'm good. I'm keeping that while I can.
No, for real, like, I've started this year struggling to walk downstairs. I was like, I'm gonna set myself a new exercise regime. Day after, like, my legs were burning. And we were due to go out to see Boy and the Heron, and it was torrential with rain.
Oh,
And my partner just looked at me and was like, do you want to stay in today? And I was like, yeah, please. I'm up on the sofa. I don't want to walk anywhere.
If it makes you feel better, leaving the UK in the rain by myself with no umbrella, trying to get to the train station.
God.
Yeah.
I was like, I think I want to lay down here and just die.
Yeah.
But it'll just wash you away, Boromir style, until you come to a natural incline hill.
It was a very long weekend of debauchery, if anyone can imagine that. So I was,
I've never debauchered a day in my life.
someone could have just loaded me into a red flyer wagon and sent me away. It would have been fine. But let me tell you what.
I can only imagine you, RoBear, let loose on the pubs of England.
dude.
Next time you're here.
Let
RoBear
me tell
is
you.
the pub. Anywhere you go.
Sam, that's not even
RoBear is
incorrect.
the pub. Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
RoBear. We saw Voodoo Ranger grocery shopping the other day, and Eric like stopped and was like, "Sorry, I just have to take a moment. It's so cool seeing that and like thinking of RoBear. This is actually in the
Yes.
He like really had a moment thinking about you because of this Voodoo Ranger. And I was like, yeah, I see it everywhere he goes. It follows him.
I have forced our together creation so that they can never drop me. Okay?
They are you.
Well,
Yeah, just so you can't quit me.
I am every convention that they're available in, so.
And even non-conventions.
I'm gonna let you know, by the way, could not find Voodoo Ranger in the UK this one, but let me tell you, that didn't stop him from, as you say, becoming the pub. Do you have any idea how many drinks he bought over that weekend when he was here? His little Airbnb that he'd rented basically turned into a speakeasy. It was phenomenal.
Also, wait, is that a bite voice?
Yes, it
We
is.
do have a wild
Hey,
knife back.
we have a bife. Bife is
Yeah,
really
one
bad.
more bite.
I spent 3 hours in Sainsbury.
I remember you telling us this. Sainsbury. I don't think I've walked into a Sainsbury's in years.
I talked to everyone in that grocery store.
You're
And
such
it
a
was-
southerner.
One, I had to see all the weird stuff that was there.